Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Monday, the 19th of January. And welcome. I hope you've all had a lovely break, enjoyed your weekend away from the clutches of Capital. And if you were unable to do so and you had to work this weekend, I hope you get duly compensated for that with some time in lieu or some penalty rates or something like that. It's always really important to make sure you get the little bits of freedom in your existence on planet Earth when you can get it, because life is fleeting, like most things. But yes, I hope you had a good weekend and you're back for another crazy week. A crazy week in the world. Let's be honest, the human race is doing some mental stuff, and we're going to be covering it this week. Today, we're going to be specifically looking at some interesting affairs as they develop in Greenland. Engineers in the house, how are you? Hope you're well. But yeah, we're going to be looking at some interesting affairs as things develop in Greenland. There's been some interesting movements from the Trump administration against the Europeans on this one. So it would seem like some of our speculation last week is coming to fruition about, what's really going on here, how they're going to handle this situation and what is to be done. So we will continue to see how this one is developing. Internet friends. Hey, Love Jeff in the house. How you going? Internet friend. Hello, internet friends. Jag, yo, give up your 11th Airborne Division. I'm not sure if that is in relation to Greenland or not. I remember we were having a look at that piece last week where they were kind of analyzing what a military conflict would look like between the US and NATO. And I think that was one of the companies, or whatever you call it, listed that the American has for Arctic style warfare. But I'd love some clarification there, if you don't mind. We're also going to be, is that the 1,500 troops on standby for Minneapolis? Okay, why an airborne division? What are they going to do, fly them in or something like that? Can't they take I don't know, can't they take some trucks or go via the road, go via land like normal? If you haven't heard, I think we could cover this later today when we get up to our section on Minneapolis and what's been happening there, or in Minnesota generally. Yeah, they're going to move. Trump's got 1,500. Referred to as the Arctic Angels. Wow. The Arctic Angels falling from the heavens to rain terror down on the people of Minneapolis. Yeah, if you're not sure what we're referring to here, Trump has threatened to send in the National Guard. Now, as with usual kind of, I guess you'd say, decorum with these types of events, typically in American history, you have actually the governor of a particular state asking for the National Guard to be kind of brought in. This is not Trump style. Trump decides when the National Guard comes in, and Trump has been threatening to bring in the National Guard in Minneapolis because, it's been pretty edgy, pretty tense in ye old Minneapolis. Who would have thought after ICE agents, basically in cold blood, shot a mother of three in the head in very indiscriminate circumstances. And so there's been a lot of protests, and there's been some pretty crazy stuff that happened over the weekend too, with some right-wing protesters rocking up to G up the general Minneapolis population, and they got served hard. So we're going to have a look into that. But yeah, he's threatening to bring in the National Guard to kind of bring down the situation there. That doesn't look like Arctic Angels right there. They're a bit fiery, these ones, eh? You have to turn that into ice. Sounds like a Marvel movie, Arctic Angels. Yeah, it is, isn't it? This isn't the National Guard. These are specialized army infantry. Oh, okay, rightio. So I've been reading the wrong articles then. or listening to the wrong news. But like maybe there's a bit of both going on there. Why are they sending in specialized armed forces? That doesn't make sense. That's a bit weird, actually. He's actually going to turn specialized forces onto the people of, isn't this hilarious? No, isn't this, is it ironic? It's probably not even that. Probably just hypocritical, isn't it? Isn't it hypocritical that like Trump or the Trump administration can say things like, we're going to send in, we're locked and loaded and ready to take on the evil regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because they're using their military on their own people. They're killing their own citizens. And you have this. You have Trump threatening to send in specialized forces on the people, on the citizenry. They are killing people. And like, just like the Iranians who classified protesters as domestic terrorists, Trump and his administration has done the same thing with Renee Goods. They've designated her and people like her as domestic terrorists. Like, I'm seeing double. Like, one thing that they accuse the Iranians of the Trump administration is doing, I guess, the exact same thing. It's fucking crazy. You know why? Why? Because they are basically the same shit at the end of the day. What? They're both evil regimes? Who would have thought? No, not the Americans. They wouldn't do anything like that. I guess these people really aren't too different at the end of the day. Anyway, so we're going to be covering Minneapolis or Minnesota. We're going to be looking at the hate speech laws as well. They're quite controversial at the moment. We did a bit of coverage of them last week, I want to say, and kind of my assessment of that whole situation was it's incredibly, it's an incredibly bad move to single out a particular culture and elevate it above others, and like kind of undermines a free and democratic society when you have double standards and you kind of privilege one group of people. Like, the whole point of this, the whole name, like the name of this hate speech legislation is primarily combating anti-Semitism and hate speech and extremism. And so, elevating a particular group of people above everybody else is a bad move, and I think that it will backfire, and it seemingly has been backfiring the old hate speech laws in Australia. The Albanese government isn't getting support from anyone on this one, and the criticism of this legislation is coming in from all sides. And I can't help but think that, potentially this may be the point. Rush in the legislation when everybody shoots it down, then nobody can say they didn't try anything. Is this an ice agent slipping over in the snow? What's the point of this GIF here? I'd like to know more. Receipts, the NPR.org. U.S. military troops on standby. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's put all this together. Hobo Joe 605. Trump is using the Homer quote, but when I do it, it's cute. That's fucking hilarious. I don't know the Homer defense on that one. I'll take your word for it. That's pretty funny, actually. But when I do it, it's cute. Man, that's funny. That's really good. Okay, the NPR. Let's have a look at this article. Okay. Jag is our American correspondent for the day. David's in the house. Good evening. And certainly isn't specialized military forces. That's prohibited under the Posse Comitatus law. Has to be some sort of National Guard unit. Well, like, look at this, David. This is pretty crazy then, isn't it? I thought, we had covered that, actually. That they're not allowed to use troops on U.S. citizens and stuff like that. That's a really good point. I wonder how they're going to get around that. Maybe this article covers that. But I know there is the Insurrection Act that gives them special powers to do certain things as well. And so maybe they're going to be looking at the Insurrection Act to be able to get around that. But I know we covered this when this all started. Remember when they first did this and they started marching the troops or the National Guard in on Washington? Because Trump was kind of not that they hadn't done this already, but like, I mean, the first round of this last year, they started with Washington, and then they started doing it in LA. And there were heaps of riots going on in LA as a result of riots. I gotta be careful. I was slammed last year for using the R word. I gotta say it's just protests or civil unrest. He sent the Marines to LA. Oh, there you go. Do letters in the house, don't worry. Your tears say more than real evidence ever could. So good. That was pretty funny. I think that was the stream chat video of the week from Ninja Nurse last time. Don't worry. Your tears say more than real evidence ever could. All right, let's have a look at this. U.S. military troops on standby for possible deployment to Minnesota. Up to 1,500 U.S. active duty troops in Alaska are on standby for possible deployment to Minnesota. So maybe this is the same people that are the Arctic warriors that are going to take Greenland whenever Trump feels like it, right? As U.S. official who was not authorized to speak publicly has confirmed to NPR. Oh, that's good. I'm not allowed to speak, but I'll do it anyway. The move comes after President Trump again threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act. All right, let's get some to suppress ongoing protests over the immigration enforcement surge in Minneapolis, as well as clashes between federal agents and residents. Trump later walked back that threat. The troops are on standby from the Army's from the Army's 11th Airborne Division, which specializes in cold weather operations, according to the division's website. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said on Sunday in an emailed statement to NPR that the Department of War is always prepared to execute the orders of the Commander-in-Chief if called upon. See, it's funny, isn't it? Because there was some recent hoo-ha, I think in the last couple of months, where there were I want to say, I don't know, Congress people that did like this joint PR kind of like a propaganda video where they were like calling on servicemen and women out there, or people that are, I guess part of the Department of War, to not follow illegal orders, and like we're reminding them that just saying that you were ordered to do so is not cover, and so like you need to withstand or withhold illegal orders, and and Trump called them treasonous and said that they should be put to death in like a roundabout way. He didn't single them out, but he said, this is treasonous talk, and like people should be put to death for treason, etc., etc. And so like here it is, Chief Pentagon spokesperson to the NPR, hey, we are always ready to execute the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, even if that means, I guess, turning troops upon your own citizens. Pretty crazy stuff, eh? Over the weekend, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz directed the Minnesota National Guard to prepare for possible deployment to assist local law enforcement. Okay, so that's what it is that I'm confusing. He's calling in the National Guard potentially, though if they have not been deployed. The Guard said on Facebook, on a Facebook post, that these Minnesota National Guardsmen live, work, and serve in our state, and are focused on protecting life, preserving property, and ensuring Minnesotans can safely exercise their First Amendment rights. If activated, members will wear yellow reflective vests to help distinguish them from other agencies in similar uniforms. Who else rocks around in camo for no apparent reason? Ninja Nurse. I remember a few months ago they had the big meeting where they called all the US generals back to the US so they could hear an anti-woke speech from Pete. Yes. He's talking about having no more fatties in the military or in the halls of the Pentagon. Hey, that was pretty good. That was some speech. Definitely worth it. The developments followed days of rising tensions, confrontations, and violence stemming from what the Department of Homeland Security has described as the largest operation in history, involving thousands of federal agents, including those from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey told NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday that it would be a shocking step if Trump sent the military into the city. Interesting. All right, let's get the research assessment. I gotta get to the bottom of this one, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell is going on here? If you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying. Let's have a looky. Looks he's here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. It is my understanding that Donald Trump is threatening to send in the 11th Airborne Division into Minneapolis to quell unrest. It is also my understanding that, as per the Posse Comitatus law, sending troops on citizenry is illegal. Are you able to explain how the legality of turning troops on the citizens would play out, and how this relates potentially to the Insurrection Act? All right, let's get educated, shall we? Like, this stuff is very uncontroversial, right? Asking it for legislation. It really shouldn't hallucinate on this. Famous last words. Posse Comitatus Act, the baseline rule. The Posse Comitatus Act, 1878, generally prohibits the use of federal armed forces for domestic law enforcement. The Army and Air Force, and by DoD policy, the Navy and the Marines, cannot be used on to police civilians, make arrests, conduct searches, or otherwise enforce civilian law. The purpose of the law is to prevent the military from becoming a domestic police force. So your understanding is correct. As a default, sending federal troops to Minneapolis to quell unrest would be illegal under the Posse Comitatus. Interesting. Hold that in your thought train, I guess. All right. What's going on here then? The conception of the key exception, the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act is the primary legal exception to Posse Comitatus. It allows the president to deploy federal troops domestically under specific conditions. There are three main scenarios where this could be invoked. At the request of the state government, the state governor requests federal assistance to suppress an insurrection or enforce the law. The president may deploy troops. This is the least controversial use. And this is, I think there's been instances of this in history where the governors are like, all right, can you send in the troops to enforce federal law where the state cannot or will not? The president may deploy troops without a governor's consent if federal law is being obstructed and state authorities are unable or unwilling to enforce it. Looks like we got a goer with option B. That is definitely the language that is being used at the moment. Like, I would even go further than that. What they're accusing Fry and Walsh of is actually telling protesters to riot and to obstruct the law. They're actually asking, like, they've been constantly accusing the Trump administration, that is constantly accusing the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis as willingly telling protesters that they should be doing everything in their power to obstruct ICE and, like, start some type of insurrection movement or something like that, I guess you would say, right? This was used during desegregation. Eisenhower in Little Rock, 1957. And then C, to protect constitutional rights. The president can deploy troops if citizens are being deprived of their constitutional rights and state authorities are failing to protect those rights. I wonder if this goes back to, what's the date of the Posse Comitatus? I wonder if that goes back to, like, Reconstruction time, because, like, Reconstruction happened, or, like, was kind of being overseen, and, like, the southern states weren't really, I guess you would say, taking it seriously, integrating the former slaves into society. And so they set up, as far as I can, if I'm remembering correctly, the Department of Justice to go in and make, like, to protect the constitutional rights of all the freed people of the South, actually. And, like, they had troops there heavily after the Civil War, like, making sure that everything was stable, I guess you would say. Ninja Nurse, and the Supreme Court is stacked with conservatives sympathetic to Trump. They can do whatever they want, and they have a tight window to do it. They have to start before the midterms. Interesting. Indoctrination in the house. Morning all. Ready for another week of watching the world order burn. I was actually implying that when we started. Like, the world. What a place, eh? What a place. What a time to be alive. So yeah, we are literally just doing that. Indoctrination. Watching the world order. And not only burn, but pour petrol on itself as it burns, it would seem. So yeah, I agree. Let's do this for another week, shall we? Voltaire in the house. They just repeat talking points over and over, giving themselves the support of their base to justify further militarized enforcement of these unconstitutional laws. Well, thank God for the Insurrection Act, because it's the only thing that stands up for constitutional rights. What invoking the Insurrection Act does. Let's see. Can you give me the date of the Posse Comitatus Act? Did it say it already, actually? Did I miss that? Oh, yeah, 1878. There it is. Ah, so it was after Reconstruction. That's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. What invoking the Insurrection Act actually does, overrides the Posse Comitatus, allows troops to perform law enforcement functions, permit arrest, crowd control, use force against civilians. So, Trump couldn't do this thing with the 11th Airborne unless he does the whole Insurrection Act thing, then, I guess. If Trump is merely threatening deployment, no law is violated yet. It functions as political pressure. If he actually deploys the 11th Airborne without invoking the Insurrection Act, it would be unlawful, immediately challengeable in court, so good, and likely resisted by the Department of Defense lawyers and military leadership. Hey, would they be treasonous in not following the directions of the commander-in-chief? This is a fucking minefield. This is, my God. Oh my God. David. But what if it's ICE that's violating people's constitutional rights? They're not military though, are they? They don't come under the guise of the Department of Defense. What is wrong with this woke chat GPT here? It keeps calling it the Department of Defense. It's the Department of War. Pete Hegseth won't be happy about that. Yeah, if they don't come under the Department of War and they're part of the Department of Homeland Security, then they are definitely, that's their job, really, isn't it? To undermine people's constitutional rights. Hey? Literally pick people off the street. Although not like he follows the law anyway. Good morning, stars. Oh, that's beautiful, that is. I've been referred to as a star before, and all of you, you're all stars today. Welcome to the chat, Woozle. Hope you are well. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you had a great weekend. If he does invoke the Insurrection Act, the deployment would be formally legal, but still constitutionally controversial and politically explosive. Now, there we go. Now we're talking. The limits that still exist even under the Insurrection Act. Troops are bound by the Constitution, rules of engagement, and military law. The president cannot authorize indiscriminate violence. No, but he can definitely justify it. They're all terrorists. Hey, they're coming right for us. All right, that's going to be the defense. Clankers don't have a gender, and they are asexual. They are inherently woke. Hey, interesting. Hey, they are inherently woke. They're gender neutral, non-binary. The real issue: legality versus legitimacy. Legal, yes, if the Insurrection Act is invoked. Democratic or legitimate, that's a political and moral question, not a legal one. Good luck with that. Insurrection Act is widely criticized precisely because it's vague. It concentrates enormous power in the executive. It was written for the 18th and 19th century conditions, not modern protest movements. Interesting. What was going on in the 18th and 19th century, right? Okay. Trying to deal with the post-Civil War America, I guess you would say, right? That was what was happening, or the lead up to, and then post Civil War America, and like the increased reliance on the federal government over states, the power of the states, and to use federal law enforcement and federal armed forces, I guess you'd say, to uphold the Constitution. Let's say it like that. Why this matters historically and politically from a broader perspective. The Insurrection Act represents a legal pathway for authoritarian escalation. It allows the president to reframe protest as rebellion and substitute political failure with military force. That's a savage assessment by ChatGPT there. Eh? Just killing that. Eskaros Twitch, greetings from Denmark. How you going? Welcome. You actually from Denmark? Like, is that legit? Tell me if you're actually from Denmark, and tell me then, please, what are your opinions on what's happening in Greenland at the moment? If you are actually from Denmark, I would really like to know, because we're going to get onto that topic actually. Before we got derailed by another one of these crazy Trump antics that's going on at the moment. So, do we really expect the Dems to make a move against Trump if he breaks the law? They have continuously let him get away with it, with so much already. I don't. That didn't take long. I am out of words. That says enough. That says enough. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. How about this then? Do you think that the Europeans, the rest of the Europeans, will actually come to the aid of Denmark and then via extension Greenland if Trump tries anything, or if the Trump administration or the US generally actually tries to take Greenland, like move on Greenland in a military sense? Do you reckon you could trust the rest of the Europeans? As Karos Twitch, I am this is the thing that I'm weighing up at the moment. I don't think the Europeans as a collective have the balls to let go of their relationship with the US because they're too scared of the situation with Russia. I hope, but probably not. Oh, isn't that a scary reality though? Like at the moment, it's all like, macho stuff. They sent 50 people to Greenland to it is a scary reality. But I just don't see the Europeans believing in themselves. It's like that thing from like Moana. They've forgotten who they are. They need to remember who they were. Like they like the Europeans for a long time really were the apex of human civilization, I guess you could say, technologically speaking, anyway. But yeah, like the height of culture, etc., and dictated what happened on the world stage. And is this the watershed moment over Greenland where Europe unites and says F you to Trump and stands up for, is Greenland the thing that gets it going? But I just see, in the face of Russia, I feel sorry for you. Denmark or Greenland, someone's got to go down for this one. And I think the Europeans will abandon Denmark. I definitely think the British will. I think UK will definitely abandon the rest of Europe if push comes to shove and stick with the Americans. But yeah. Wasn't that the Lion King? I don't know. But do you remember in the they have to remember that they were seafaring people and they jumped from island to island. There's just all these fucking songs about remembering who you were. But that's exactly what the Lion King is about as well, right? The whole thing is about Simba, fucking off to the jungle, little hippie, and evading his personal responsibility as a monarch, right? So let's just go with the general Disney theme on that one. Escaro Twitch, perhaps our best hope would be to keep beating around the bush until hopefully the midterm elections come around or something happens internally within the states. Oh man. Simba, remember who you are. Cloud Mufasa, quote unquote. Um, Man, that's a long game, isn't it? Don't you reckon? Like, oh, let's just hope that like the midterms happen and everybody forgets what midterms. There it is. And so, if you're not aware, Ascara Twitch, our general theme, or a running joke, let's say on this one is there won't be midterms. There's not going to be a 20. There's not going to be any presidential race in 2028 because Trump is shaping up to become the CEO king of America. So we'll see how that theory pans out. Because Trump does not take no for an answer. If we keep dragging it out, maybe. But like the latest I've seen really is, look, get Denmark to come to the table, please, because like we're gonna try and buy it, and so they're gonna put it on. That's a joke. Well, it is a bit of a joke, like because it almost seems like it's not real. Like it's absolutely like outside of the realm of possibility under normal circumstances. So the absurdity alone makes it a joke. And then like the nature of it being like such a taboo makes it an incredible joke. But, you know, we've seen stranger things happen. So let's go with it being a joke for now. I would prefer it to actually stay as a joke than actually manifest in reality somewhere. All right, let's have a look at what's happened over the weekend with Greenland. And we've now got a Danish correspondent in the house. Maybe they can confirm what's going on here. I don't know if you saw it over the weekend. There's been protests in Greenland, which is a big deal because they've got like 50,000 people, and there are, I don't know, a couple of thousand people out protesting. That's a big portion of their population. So like, it's a huge thing. Escaro. It would be incredibly difficult for Denmark to sell Greenland, as it is stated to be a decision to be taken within Greenland, not Denmark. Now, well, like, what's the alternative? Hey, as Trump has already said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. So, like, sell it or it will take it. I don't know. I hear. Like, are you talking about like legally it would be hard for them to sell? Like Denmark to sell because of the position? But then you have the world stage. Not the current world order as dictated by legally. Yeah. Well, we'll see what that means in the Trump era, shall we? It is not within our right. Is it within the rights of the Americans to be making this claim at the moment? But here we are. I think, like, but like, let's just take it as fact. Like, you're right. It's not within your right, but like, is it within anyone's right to claim any territory in this day and age? Unilaterally, like the Trump administration is attempting to do so now. No, but it still happens. What was it that Stephen Miller said? Might is right. That is the new world-based order, ladies and gentlemen. And we're all just going to fit into that. Whatever way necessary, forcefully or not, we're all going to have to fit into that doctrine. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Are you new here, Escaro Twitch? Let us know if this is your first time. If so, make sure you hit the follow so you don't miss out on more. This thing is the gift that keeps giving. We've been covering Greenland for a long time now, like 12 months, and very much more extensively in the last, I don't know, week and a half, I reckon. It's just been every day we've talked about Greenland now, I think. I am. Well, welcome. And I'm going to put this in because I can hear 4AS saying, remember the Discord. Remember the Discord. Come and join us on Discord too if you are new here. Here's the Discord invite. This is where we drop our propaganda. You can actually see in the bottom corner there, that's the Discord chat. You can see Angelina Jolie there looking fly. Come and drop your propaganda. All right, let's do this.
These are confusing times for Greenland.
Confusing.
Deepest midwinter should not be mild enough for rain here, but the Arctic is warming 2 to 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. And as Greenlanders took to the slushy Nuuk streets in the thousands to protest against Donald Trump's claims on their homeland,
Crazy.
the weather added to a sense of powerlessness at a world in flux. A demonstration like this.
That's so good. Elite. What happened to World War III? We skipped one. Welcome to the chat. So did you see the video I posted of the Greenland politician on this subject? She talked specifically about their stance on land ownership. Ooh, I actually haven't seen that yet. Where did you put it? In the reaction recommendations, stream chat, general chat? Let me have a look. I saw your thing about the Iranian stuff. That's fucking mental. I want to cover that later. That's pretty crazy. Maybe stream chat? No. I would have seen that. You wouldn't read about it? Let me know where you put it. Reaction recommendations. Okay. Obviously haven't seen that then. This one here. You can't trust that dog anymore. Forever. Is this the one? Alright, we'll have a look at that one as well. That's pretty funny. You can't trust that dog anymore. Hey, so good. Love it. Can't trust that dog. That dog won't hunt. Alright, let's do this. Hobo Joe. Haha, World War 4. It's so intense that we skipped 3. I know. That's the implication there. My God. We've gone straight to World War 4. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Let's do this.
Is an effort to make sure Greenlanders' voices are heard.
I'm quite worried, I would say. I feel it in my work every day, and I have a small daughter, 7 months, and I want her to grow up with a future that she can decide, or at least this is decided upon by our people.
We love our country, and our land, culture, and raw materials are ours. We don't want the Trump and his billionaires to come here and steal our raw materials. We don't want to have it.
And do you think he will? Do you think there is going to be?
Could be, but the NATO soldiers are here. Mm-hmm. So I think we are protected somehow.
But the recent arrival in Greenland of military personnel from Denmark's European NATO allies.
They said like 50 people over. What's going on there? Was it like some type of conference? 50 people? I don't know if it's going to cut it. And they're all gone already as well. Can I just add? So there must have been just some type of coming together. Like that's not the show of force that you need to show when you're dealing with the US, it would seem. Like I would argue the only reason that we've seen an actual withdrawal from or de-escalation of tensions between the US and Iran at the moment has been because that they would have just openly threatened US bases and Israeli targets. And they're just like, you strike us, we're going to attack. And so the US are contemplating whether this one's going to be worth it, if it's going to be worth the loss of of US life and assets. And so, like, you know, that might be the only thing that Denmark or Greenland can do is, like, you know, militarily show force, threaten the US physically if it pushes on this one. But, like, you know, I don't know if sending 50 people over on Greenland air or like whatever, however they got there, is gonna do the trick in this type of environment, I must say. World War III was the large-scale battle between nations in the digital realm of data manipulation. Oh, well, there's probably a whole bunch of World War III cyber wars going on all the time that us plebs just have no idea about. Nations constantly at war with each other in cyber warfare, and we just have no idea. I hope future world wars can be fought in VR instead of real life, or wars just in general. Or we could do like that thing from the ancient world where they just like armies will rock up to fight each other, but then they send the leaders in instead to sort it out, and the two leaders duke it out, and whoever wins in hand-to-hand combat, everybody else walks away. Let's do it like that. Wars settled by a competitive LOL match. Choose your best fighter. Yeah. Dilemmas. I'm currently waiting for a doc. Reading a National Geographic from Feb last year. Interesting story about storing nukes in Greenland. Really? And from whose perspective is storing nukes in Greenland, right? Chess matches, could you imagine? Camp Century in Greenland. Wow. My God. And pointing more nukes at the Russians, like they don't have enough already with NATO in Europe. Right? It's just another launching pad to fight off the Russians. Like we need more of that. Our Denmark correspondent of the day is Skaros. Can you say whether or not you think Greenland could actually survive? Like you talked about before, how Greenland has the ability to decide whether it becomes completely independent or not. It is our understanding here from the research that we've been doing that while, yes, Greenland could decide through its political apparatus whether it wants to be independent, it's feasibly not possible because it gets a lot of, like its entire economy basically is supported, its way of life is supported by money that comes in, or financial assistance that comes in from Denmark. Could Greenland actually be independent? Or is that all just like, yeah, we could have our independence anytime we want to. We just don't want it. Like, could they actually be independent? Could they afford to be? Could they fund their existence? Was it about the American plane that crashed with a bundle of nukes? Yes, that is my understanding as well, that they are fully reliant on Denmark and they couldn't really be, like, independent kind of thing. They kind of reliant. So yeah, it's interesting to think about. They definitely need someone, and like, hey, Uncle Sam could be that guy. I could be that guy for you if you really wanted. Not fully, but a very great extent. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I don't know what this is about, man. We're gonna have to watch something, because the video I wanted to watch about this as well. Why would you send 50 dudes? Oh, look, let's not discriminate. Men and women, service women, to go hang out in Greenland for the weekend. What's going on there? Hey, Trump reminded that Greenland is technically half Australian. So off, mate. That's so good. So it is the Australian woman, Princess Mary or whatever. She did get married into the Danish royal family. Hey, good old. That's right. Fuck off. We own that place. So good. Service people. Okay, thank you. That covers everyone. It feels like billionaires are using Greenland to set themselves up to be like star walkers. They'll raise the world to rule from the ashes, to rule the ashes from their stronghold. That's scary. Did you watch a video of Hooksy Beat back? No, I haven't. I didn't even know what you're referring to. The songkeepers don't stand a chance.
Has angered Donald Trump. He's announced 10% tariffs on Denmark, the UK, France, Germany, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands and Finland, rising to 25% in June, unless they agree to the complete and total purchase of Greenland by the United States. With Europe calibrating a response, Greenlanders are almost unanimous in how they feel about Greenland's future.
Not for sale! Not for sale! Not for sale! Not for sale!
Now remember, Greenland's population is tiny, and its capital, Nuuk, has fewer people in it than many smallish European towns, 19,000 people. So this is a really, really big turnout, a clear and unambiguous expression of Greenlandic feeling.
What is a deepening crisis of sovereignty for the people of Greenland is also a deepening crisis for a transatlantic partnership being pushed to breaking point. European countries have promised to stand up for Denmark and the right of Greenlanders to make their own choices. But Donald Trump is testing how much they mean that. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, Nuuk.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture.
There you go. They're out in force of a city with, what was it, 19,000 people? There's a couple of thousand out. That's a big section of the population, right? They hooked up on Sussex Street during the Sydney Olympics. Hey, there's our claim to fame. It's about a Danish comedian who destroys Trump on the Times. He speaks facts. Well, if you're interested, hit us up in Discord. Drop your video there, so we can all check it out. America built a nuclear reactor in Greenland to power its 600 nuke facility in the 60s. What's the chances I find this article right at this moment? Kind of spooky. Do they actually? Like, this is not some type of weird fan fiction thing that you're reading. Like, they actually built a nuclear reactor in Greenland. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think the US is going to continue funding their universal health care. I'd be protesting too. Hey? They also get dental as well. Fuck. Higher education covered. My God, I'd stick with the Danes. Why not? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? All right, let's have a look then. Yes, the United States built a portable nuclear reactor in Greenland in 1960. It was installed at Camp Century, a top-secret military base built inside the Greenland ice sheet to test the feasibility of launching nuclear missiles from under the ice. Project Iceworm? Far out. Where do they get this shit from? Seriously, it's just... I guess sci-fi borrows from this. Is that... Here it is. Thanks. That's crazy. That's Project Iceworm. What is this? Stargate. It's crazy. What's the purpose? All right, let's actually have... I want to have a look at this. Why the fuck did they send those 50 people from Europe to Greenland? Let's find out. What was the purpose of this? German soldiers returned from Greenland. Like, they were there for, like, what, 3 days? Not even. What were they there for? On Air Greenland. There it is.
A team of 15 German soldiers are returning home after a 3-day reconnaissance mission in Greenland. A spokesman for Germany's armed forces said the next step was to coordinate with NATO partners on how to strengthen the bloc's presence in the Arctic and North Atlantic. 8 European NATO allies deployed troops to the autonomous Danish territory. Donald Trump has responded by threatening to increase tariffs on the countries involved in the mission. Now, DW's political correspondent Jenny Graham joins me in the studio to talk about this. We should get specific. What kind of mission was that, Jenny? And did the Bundeswehr leave earlier than planned?
This was a reconnaissance mission and really a short assessment mission to get a sense of the situation in Greenland. There's been speculation here in the German media that the soldiers left in somewhat of a rush, but really this trip was only meant to last just a couple of days. There was always the option to stay a little longer if that was required, but we have not had any information to suggest that they left earlier than planned. It's important to stress that. But there was, as I said, the option to stay longer if the situation demanded it.
Right.
Right.
They're just gathering intel? Like, they don't have information on Greenland already? What's going on? What's going on?
So Germany, France and 6 other European countries have published a joint statement underlining the mission poses no threat to anyone, obviously aimed at President Trump. What do you make of this wording?
We are seeing the rhetoric increase a little bit. The wording is getting a little bit more stricter, I would say. In that same statement, I think the key quote really for me is that the countries said tariff threats undermine transatlantic relations and risk a dangerous downward spiral. I don't think we've heard anything quite like that until now. They have talked a lot about protecting Greenland's sovereignty, Denmark and Greenland being part of Denmark, also being part of NATO. And yes, more of the same, standing united, committing to upholding our sovereignty. So this is really a statement of unity within the European countries that support Denmark within NATO.
So there's that collective response. Let's talk about this renewed tariff threat. Germany's automotive...
No, let's not stick to what you should be speaking about here. It is our understanding. Damn. Don't do this. That a number of European countries have recently sent a small number of military personnel to Greenland on some type of reconnaissance mission. Are there any sources that you have that would explain what a reconnaissance mission would mean in this type of circumstance? Very brief response, please. We are trying to ascertain what the hell they were sent there to do, as it seems very unclear. I find it so surreal that a tiny Danish kingdom is suddenly within the spotlight of the entire geopolitical stage. I must admit, man, like before this, like I put little like keywords into my streams so like they get picked up. I'm assuming that's probably why you've found this stream, to be honest. But like I hadn't put Greenland in there ever in my keyword search before, including Denmark. But here we are. Here we are. European countries have sent small limited military teams to Greenland as part of a Danish-led NATO exercise called Operation Arctic Endurance. That is good. These forces are not a combat force. They are there to survey, map, assess infrastructure, logistics, operation conditions, and gather information about how a larger coordinated presence might work in the Arctic environment. This is NATO. This is a NATO exercise. It's interesting because, hey, NATO is under the direction of the US, so I'm wondering what's going on there. Their presence is intended primarily as a symbolic show of Allied support for Denmark's sovereignty and NATO's Arctic security against recent pressure from the US over Greenland's strategic role. So they are actually just assessing the place. What have we got? What do we need? What can we do if we need to deploy quickly? Very interesting. What's this from? What's this source they've given us? Avio blog. What is that? Avio blog. Danish C-130 airlift brings first European troops to nuke for Greenland mission. This is the one. Yeah, right. Interesting. And this is an Italian source, it would seem. Is that right? Interesting. All right, so that's the source, because that's like they couldn't tell us anything here. So like, are you aware? Like, I'll let the Germans explain it for you. But what's happened over the weekend is that Trump has turned around and been like, all right, you guys are going to send troops there, and be all showboaty, you know, trying to stick up for Denmark and those arrogant Greenlanders. That are like causing us problems. We just want their territory. What's wrong with these people? If you're going to start doing this, I'm going to hit you up with tariffs. So Trump is threatening tariffs on the Europeans, basically, or anyone who's been associated, I think, with this mission specifically, and by extension, anyone who's been speaking up about how insane this situation is. So yeah, Trump's hit them up. I think it's 10% for the time being, and then it's going to be extended. So it starts from February 1st, and then it's going to be extended halfway through the year, I want to say, to like 25%. So he's using the same old ploy that he has usually, which is economic pressure on these countries, because I guess that's what the US has still got at the moment, the ability to pressure people economically, and use obviously its overwhelming military capability to threaten people as well. But first off the bat, let's just try the whole economic aggression and see where that gets you. So it's an interesting development. These are like proper developments towards the mission here, which is a seizure of territory. there is like kind of only one way really of looking at this, is that the US has made it quite clear that it wants this, and so like it's just a matter of how they are going to get it. So it's as simple as that. Like some people say, oh, this is about security issues, and so you could assume, and maybe rather innocently, that if the Europeans band together and show the Americans, hey, we've ramped up security in Greenland, then like that's all they're really worried about. But like I think that would be a fatal flaw. I really don't think that this has got anything to do with like the Americans have done, their national defense strategy or something like that. They've done an assessment, and Greenland seems to be a problem for them strategically, and they just want somebody to shore that up, to fix up that, tie up that loose end in Greenland, and then they'll be happy. No, it's not really about security and someone making sure that Greenland as a landmass is secured from the Russians and the Chinese. They want the landmass. They've made it quite clear. And so, like, if they are developing into, all right, they're willing, like Trump is willing to throw tariffs. Like, he spent a lot of time last year negotiating, and specifically negotiating with the EU on this. And they were pretty happy with themselves, the Europeans, once they were able to secure very low tariffs from Trump. That was a big process. And just like this, just like that, at the drop of a hat, he's like, all right, fine, I'm going to hit you up with tariffs. You guys are going to do this? I'm hitting you all up with tariffs. I'm angry. Like, this is how it starts, right? Balthazar, no one can out-peacock the Trumpster. Yeah, that's what it seems to be about at the moment. The more he does these tariff tantrums, the more countries will secure trade with China and other countries. Part of capitalism requires a guaranteed supply chain. It does, the flow of capital. It's true. It does love stability in the sense that it likes to be able to flow to the path of least resistance. And so, like, if you are making trade relations unstable, and like capital doesn't know where to invest itself because like it might not see adequate returns, and so like the flow doesn't work, the circulation doesn't happen, then capital will find other ways, and like people will make decisions in that interest and that business frame of mind. It's a good point. Ravy Baby in the house. Hello all, how are you? Hey, we read that thing that you put in in Discord. We read that on Friday, I think it was. That was a pretty scary little booklet. Oh, sorry, we didn't read it. We watched the guy reading it. It was pretty intense. Like, how do you prepare? Like, they wouldn't say it. Like, they wouldn't say prepare for war. They were like, prepare for an emergency. And it goes through like all the steps that you need to take and stuff like that. That was intense. That was fucking intense. America fast tracking, becoming a pariah state with the best bud, Israel. Pariah state. Yeah, they're definitely rogue. That's for sure. And it's not just like on stuff like this either, is it? It's like, like them just not following the international law, for instance. Like, look at Venezuela. Like, everyone was just like, they really shouldn't be doing this. And when they slowly started blockading that country, cutting it off entirely, blowing civilian boats out of the water, and everyone was like, oh, they really shouldn't be doing this. And then boom, they just sweep in and take a leader. Like, every world leader after that event was kind of like, oh shit, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And so, yeah, not just pariah state, they're completely gone and rogue, and they just do what, like, when did they ever follow the rules-based order that they set, right? That's the rules for everybody else, not for them. Yeah, let's listen to the tariffs.
So there's that collective response. Let's talk about this renewed tariff threat. Germany's Automotive Industry Association says tariffs would place a heavy burden on the sector. How alarmed is Germany, do we think, about this?
Very alarmed, I would say. They, you talk about the German Automotive Industry Association. They say the costs of these additional tariffs would be enormous for German and European industry at a time that's already extremely challenging. And the head of that association has urged the European Commission to have a smart, strategic and coordinated response. We also heard from other organisations here, for example, the Mechanical Engineering Association, who are really echoing what Denmark said about being blackmailed. The head of that, the president of that association, said Europe must not allow itself to be blackmailed. And if the EU gives in here, it will only embolden the American president further to make his next absurd demand, her quote, and threaten further tariffs. So really the messaging here is getting a lot stronger from this side of the Atlantic.
Well, like, look, they're going to have to make a decision. It's like, is it business? And this is where the rubber hits the road under capitalism, right? Like, are they going to make business decisions? Is their bourgeoisie going to tell the political arm of the state what to do? Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. The Germans have decided as a nation, as a political unit, to help send a reconnaissance mission to Greenland to survey the situation, just in case they actually have to send larger forces over to defend the territory, it would seem. And the bourgeoisie is turning around, so that the captains of industry are turning around and like, look, do what you want with the politics, but can you try and keep it away from our profits? Like, we're struggling already. German industry is just not the same as what it used to be. And now we're getting hit up with another 10% from Donald Trump. That's going to make business hard. America, basically, all it is a consumer market. And it's going to make life hard for us. Nobody wants European cars anymore, not with the Chinese around. At least the Americans buy them. And now we're going to get fucked over with another 10%. So this is where politics really gets affected by the interests of those who control the means of producing things, the industry. This is a very interesting case study. Are they going to put up with 10% and then 25% in a few months' time? We'll see. They're just saying the quiet part out loud and rushing the regime through before old Orange carks it. The lean on the established system when he goes to continue Mr. Palantir's agenda. Oh, wow. You're talking about Mr. Palantir's agenda, obviously, because of the interests that the tech bros and the billionaire class has in Greenland and setting up some type of private city, setting up these libertarian cities in Greenland. They want that as their private island. Could you imagine that as their private island? Coles supermarkets work with Palantir. You can thank them for those stupid gates that lock you in the store. And they just want to make sure that us plebs aren't robbing the place. Not like they don't rob the Australian population all the time. With price gouging and cartel behavior, colluding amongst themselves. No. We're all the real thieves here. Us Australians, us plebs. All right, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this one. European leaders condemn the punitive tariff plan. Oh, that's another DW one. I guess we're going to have to get our sources from Germany today.
Europe is preparing its response to US President Donald Trump's plans to annex Greenland. Representatives from EU states are holding an emergency meeting on Trump's threat to increase tariffs on the countries resisting his plans. Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says Europe will not yield to pressure and blackmail. French President Emmanuel Macron has urged Europe to deploy its so-called trade bazooka against Washington. Meanwhile, German industry groups have warned that new tariffs could severely damage transatlantic relations and should be resisted. And DW correspondent Jack Parrock is following the story for us from Brussels. So, Jack, what are you hearing from the meeting of those representatives right now?
Right, so there's a meeting this evening in Brussels of the ambassadors of the 27 European Union states. Essentially, this is the kind of meeting where they get together and have a discussion about exactly what they want to do going forward. What are the trade responses
What are they
on the
gonna
table
do?
and what's available to them? We don't expect a kind of press conference. Normally, this is just an agreement where they just get together and have a first initial discussion. But all of these ambassadors have obviously been dragged in on a Sunday. What we do know is that the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has been in contact with the US President Donald Trump about this. This suggestion of an annexation of Greenland is really very detrimental to NATO unity, and the military alliance leader therefore trying to get hold and talk to Donald Trump, cool things down.
Are there any options on the table already? And if so, what could they be? What options does the EU have to counter Trump's tariff threat? And that, of course, being connected to Trump wanting to get hold of Greenland.
Yeah,
So this is the big question.
Trump?
Will the European Union essentially fire back up its tariff retaliation to the same tune, the same economic tune?
10% from February 1st, I think it is. He's going to hit them up with. Probably turn New Zealand into their private island to bunker in while they destroy humanity, i.e. Thiel's ideology being that humanity shouldn't exist, that is known according to his leaked seminars, LOL. So you've been on the Peter Thiel watch as well, Ravy baby. We've been doing a lot of Peter Thiel watch all throughout 2025. To be honest, I can't believe that's last year now. It's crazy. Yes, and they've got options. They either set up these network state cities, they call them, and like live as lords within their private billionaire cities, lords of the realm, or if as they catapult humanity towards destruction, manufactured and compounded by their algorithms, they've also got other options, which is, yes, wait out the end of the human race as we know it in their bunkers from New Zealand somewhere, and then rise from as lords from the ashes. Like you said, like, remember, we watched a very interesting interview with someone from, I think it's from the New York Times, worst interviewer ever, but he asked Peter Thiel the question like directly. It was like, should the human race continue? Should the human race kind of continue to exist, kind of thing? And like Peter Thiel's like, oh, well, and he's like, whoa, you're taking a long time to answer that there, Peter. And he's like, well, it's like, it depends how you want the human race to continue. And then he starts talking about his usual transhumanism stuff. That's very interesting. S. Kairos, I will dip now. Thanks for the chat. See you later. See you next time. Thanks for your Denmark correspondence. That was very interesting. Yes, he's absolute nutter with JD as his blood boy, ready to take the throne. We shall see. We shall see. Hence the speculation, the constant speculation in this chat from Jag specifically about, whether or not they're actually going to have elections anymore. Trump's made it clear that he doesn't think they're necessary. And why would you need to when you have people like Peter Thiel and philosophers like Curtis Yarvin who don't even believe in democracy anyway? Eh? It's just something that gets in the way of freedom, actually. Behind the Bastards did great content around the seminar links. Okay, interesting. You might have to put some stuff in the Discord for us to have a look at, because I actually never got inside looks into the seminars that he was doing. I'm assuming you're talking about the seminars he did on the Antichrist, which he was very happy with himself about. All right, back to the Europeans. What are they going to do about the tariffs
that Trump is threatening these countries with, these 8 countries that have deployed their military people to Greenland? That would include ordinarily sort of symbolic.
Let's have a look here. Who are the countries who specifically sent military personnel to Greenland recently for Operation Arctic Endurance? I don't believe for a second that EU doesn't have a backup plan. You can't tell me that in 100 years of European American diplomatic history, the Europeans didn't see this coming and don't have a contingency. That's an interesting point. But like, don't you reckon though, like everything we know about like capitalism and stuff, like they could have been that blind? They're just like, look, the Americans have told us that they're just going to make sure that the world is a safe place for trade and like let globalism rise, kind of thing. And so they've kind of just been happy to do business in a world stabilized by America being the base currency, and like because of their ties to Western society, they've just enjoyed that privileged position of being on top of the world in terms of the trade system and the capitalistic world order. And so they kind of feel like, it's going to be like this forever. How many times have you heard that reference to like kind of the end of history and people thinking that like it's all over and it's just going to be like capitalism like this forever, with little hiccups here and there and little political annoyances in the global south, like what happens in the Middle East or maybe in Southeast Asia or India or Africa or something like that. But like outside of that, it's going to be the same like we've had for the last, since the end of World War II. It's just going to be like this for the rest of time, right? Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they didn't have a contingency. Like it would have been smart to have one, but like I don't think anyone even planned for a Trump-like figure, if you know what I'm saying. I'm getting the impressions that the Europeans are playing possum. That Europe is America's bitch narrative is being pushed a little too hard. A little bit of manufacturing consent, not consent, just not the kind that we're used to. Oh, this is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. He was even talking about how he should have used the National Guard back in 2020 to grab the election machines that he falsely proved in court, claimed were rigged. 2021 election. Project 2025, next goals are abolishing elections and removing themselves from NATO. It's all laid out. Interesting. Very interesting. Can't remember reading that part in there, but I guess we didn't get through all the sections. Wow. Okay, so here are the countries that are on the firing line of these tariffs, I guess, because they were involved. France, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Finland, United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Belgium, Slovenia, and Estonia. Big trouble. Big trouble. Oh yeah, how far did you get through Project 2025? I think like at least 3/4 of it. So like maybe we missed out on these parts here about abolishing elections and removing themselves from NATO. Missed that part. Scary stuff though, if true. Scary stuff if true. And the host nation, of course, Denmark. Can't forget about the host nation.
Iconic American items, things like Harley Davidson motorcycles entering the European Union, bourbon whiskey, this kind of thing. Or will they follow what the French president has already come out and said they should do, which is to use what's known as the anti-coercion instrument? It's never been used before. It was agreed by the European Union in 2023. And this would allow the officials of the European Commission to take strident steps, but perhaps even additional tariffs to retaliate with, but it also could include potential market access restrictions, restrictions on foreign investment into the EU from Americans, and changing the way that America...
There you go. Ninja Nurse. They've planned for it. What was it called? What did he call it?
And this would, before it was agreed by the use what's known as the anti-coercion instrument. It's never...
The anti-coercion instrument from 2023. Can you briefly explain what the EU's anti-coercion instrument is that was drafted in 2023? The EU's anti-coercion instrument, the ACI, is a regulation adopted in 2023 that gives the European Union and its member states a legal framework to respond to economic pressure or coercion by non-EU countries. It defines what economic coercion is, allows the European Commission to investigate such cases, and after a qualified majority decision by the EU member states, lets the EU seek to resolve the issue through dialogue. If necessary, adopt countermeasures such as tariffs, trade restrictions, investment, I was maybe it's just a general thing, not specifically designed for the US. They could even use that on like China, right? If China had them kind of economically by the balls. Here's the tracker. Thank you, Ravi. We'll have a look. I proposed the tracker in Discord for anyone who wants it. I popped the tracker, sorry. Thank you. I also just had a brainwave. This could bode well for Starmer in the UK during times of conflict. Countries are reluctant to change leadership. If this European-American rhetoric escalates, where does that leave the UK? I was speculating on this last time. I don't see, as a member of the Anglosphere, I don't see the UK being too crash hot and fully, like, you know, disassociating themselves with the US, to be honest. And like if they're, let's just argue, for argument's sake, say that NATO dissolved over this and like the US and the Europeans walked away, I would really find it hard pressed to believe that the Europeans would stay with the European Union. Like they already pretty much voted on this anyway, right, with Brexit. But I just feel like look at things like AUKUS. I just feel like they would stay with the US out of some weird sense of loyalty or association with another member of the Anglosphere, and they go down with the ship on that one. Spandonk in the house. How are you going? I'm going to need some serious investment. The EU couldn't defend itself in World War II and wouldn't do much better now. Hey, they're working on it. They've increased their military spending from 2.5% of their GDP generally to now 5%. All of the NATO countries, they've all had to ramp it up. Part of their military Keynesianism. It's going to be enough, though, in the time period that we're talking about here? That's what we really... that's the $1 million question here. This could also trigger the European Union to develop a military force. A pan-European military force should not be underestimated, and they're doing it. They're doing it already. They're definitely ramping it up. There's we were looking at like initiatives that they have at the moment, like the French, for example, the Germans. Like they're putting initiatives before their individual parliaments, let's say, their congresses, in order to kind of address these issues and ramp up people to start joining the military and increase military spending and production within their individual countries. Didn't talk about... Oh, sorry, right. Project 2025 didn't talk about getting rid of elections, but it talks about restructuring so everyone and everything involved in the electoral process is hired and vetted directly through government control. They, Trump admin, would get to have a say on who would be on the ballot ticket. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? They definitely talked about, like, they're definitely enacting things like making it harder for people to vote, like having to have forms of identification, and like regularly reviewing people who are registered to vote, so kicking people off in a cyclic fashion, so they have to re-register. And like, you know, in a place like Australia, that doesn't really sound like much because everybody has to vote. But in a place like the US, where it's not mandatory, kicking people off a register and making them show ID is just like another thing that people are like, fuck it, I'm not voting. I don't give a shit. It is a big thing, these types of tactics. Massive thing, politically. They've completed scouting projects. Ravy Baby, they're completing scouting projects from what I've seen to prep for larger operations in Greenland. Who's they? Are you talking about the US here? David, I'll be very surprised if the EU chooses any path other than appeasement. I would ultimately too, honestly. Like we spoke about this last week. I would really be surprised if the Europeans, like, you know, if push came to shove, and everyone is going to be like, look, Denmark, yeah, it's been nice having you as part of Europe, but you're obviously, you've gone rogue, and, you know, I'm sorry, we'll have to stick with the US on this one. You called this upon yourself, really. We tried to warn you, and they'll kind of hang them out to dry as much as possible. And Denmark, for all intents and purposes, would probably just have to hang out Greenland to dry and just be like, There's nothing we can do about this. We should have taken the money. But, you know, if something crazy happens, like let's just say the Europeans, for some reason, the current European leaders really feel like the existential threat is not Russia for some reason, but it is actually like the threat to Europe's existence itself is whether or not they can stand up to the US on this matter, and they choose to come together and eject from the control of the US through NATO specifically. Then again, I just don't see the UK going with them. That's all. Oh, sorry, the US. The foreign support sent to defend Greenland. Yeah, right. It turns out the party that were burning mailboxes, if not outright stealing the boxes, would be in favor of election rigging. Spanok, not very smart to piss off two world powers at the same time. No one likes being stuck between Russia and the US. The EU will cave. You were here yesterday last week when we were speculating on this, Spandonk, I'm pretty sure. But like I do believe that they will, like, the only way for them to successfully, you know, pull themselves away from the US, let's just say that it came to that, and the Europeans were like, nah, we can't take this anymore. We want out of this abusive relationship that we have with the US. We're gonna have some time to ourselves now. We need to explore ourselves. And we want out of this relationship. Let's just say that happens. The only way to make that successful, I think, is to turn around to Russia and be like, look, we gotta make amends here somehow, and like settle on Ukraine. They got to settle their differences with Russia, and even go as far as I said, as to set up some type of security guarantee between the two parties, that if America does come into Europe for any reason, then it's a unified Europe against, inclusive of Russia, against the US. Then you really have some power there in that relationship. But you're right, sandwiched between the US on the other side of the Atlantic and Russia on one side, yeah, Europe would be pretty screwed, man. Pretty screwed. Ninja knows. Remember that during World War II, Europe was fighting a war for years before the US, who is enjoying peacetime, intervened and won the war for the Allied forces. Little caveat there. I think Russia massively, or Soviet Union massively helped in that regard. But I see where you're going. At the moment, the US is the one fighting multiple wars on different fronts. The Europeans are the ones with consolidated resources. Interesting. These are the new conditions. Ninja knows, and they have been building their strength even more since the Russian invasion too. Spandonk, sorry, but even fighting multiple wars, the US reserve forces alone are enough to contend with EU's consolidated resources and troops. They just don't have comparable military, unfortunately. Also correct. Europe has been very vocal. However, I get the impression that they've been hiding what they have. I just get a sneaking suspicion that we are going to get caught off guard in this episode of the apocalypse. Oh man, is that what we're referring to this as now? Yeah, but the optics of turning Russia over the US is pretty bad on the world stage. Is it? Like, is it what? Like, that's the thing. Like, if they actually, it comes to that and they're like, the Europeans are like, you know what? See you later, America. Like, the optics of that is bad enough. Like, people are going to be uncomfortable already. So, like, the only way to make that situation actually viable is to turn around and put it to bed with Russia. Of course, the optics are bad, but like the optics of leaving the US or going it alone in the big bad world without a US protection will be a hard slog. And it would be double hard, as you said, in the face of having to deal with Russia as well. So like, if you could somehow be like, look, Russia, we're willing to talk and do a deal in the Trumpian age. Let's do a deal, Russia. Then like, you've got so many more chances. I know what you're saying, though. All of this is very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely. But like, you know, who knows? This could, like I said, the Greenland could be the watershed moment that redistributes or reorganizes the world into separate regions of influence. And like, this is the end of the globalized world they keep on telling us. I don't know what they're manufacturing consent for exactly, but so we keep on being told, like, globalism is over, and like the world is going to kind of descend into regional areas of influence. You're going to have Asia. Will Europe be one? That is a unified Europe. And then America in its own Western hemisphere. Ravy baby, word on the street is to corner Canada for the US to claim it. Yeah, he's done talking. He's been talking about that for years. Like, he has, though. I've speculated on this already. Like, Canada's in the bag. Canada's not going anywhere either. They can't pick themselves up and float away. Like, they're already completely encircled by American interests. And if they get Greenland, like, Canada is literally surrounded by states of the US, territories of the US. So like, Canada's not even a thing. Canada is the US. They just don't know it, unfortunately. And they're not recognizing it. Ninja Nurse, I acknowledge that this is a weak argument. However, Russia shares more in common with Europe than America. Yeah, well, it's not a weak argument. It's true. They're Europeans. They're all Europeans. And they've been split, I think, and purposefully. If you follow the theories of Brian from the New Atlas, like, there was actual good relations in the turn of the 20th century as Russia kind of found its feet again, I guess you would say, after the end of communism, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Russia was entering into good relationships with mainland Europe. It was providing lots of energy. And there was some really good market conditions going on between the mainland European Union and the Russians, and they started to get too cozy, and then all of a sudden they got thrown into war. I wonder what happened there, if that was engineered at all. But like, yeah, Russia, like, in the face of, like, let's be honest, American aggression, if that's the world that we're devolving into now, where America used to control the world covertly through the CIA and overtly through a rules-based order, and is now just turning into a blatant world of just American aggression, that could be the thing that brings Russia and the Europeans together, because they do share technically more, and they share proximity, if nothing else, more than like they do with the US. New World Order is being thrown around by every side. Spandong, it'll be interesting to see if they go to Russia to make a deal. But I think being such close allies with the US for so long, them turning away would cause potential civil wars. EU would split. Well, if the EU is going to fracture within a fracture, then like they got a long road to go down yet. Making a deal with Russia is making a deal with the US. Trump loves his little Putin. He claps like a seal for him. Interesting. Very interesting. We will see. We will see. So back to this. What was it called again? The anti-coercion instrument. So like, they've got weapons, the Europeans, to fight off trade wars, economic warfare.
Been used before. It was agreed by the European Union in 2023, and this would allow the officials of the European Commission to take strident steps, but perhaps even additional tariffs to retaliate with. But it also could include potential market access restrictions, restrictions on foreign investment into the EU from Americans, and changing the way that American companies operate. It is a very, very big measure. The French president, like many other senior officials we've heard across the EU in the wake of this tariff threat, is very concerned about it. We heard Mette Frederiksen, the Danish prime minister, say this is blackmail. We heard the Dutch foreign minister say something very similar. They are not happy about this threat.
What's the Futurama quote from Bender? He's just like, oh, blackmail is such a dirty word. I prefer extortion. The X makes it sound cool. Let's go with that one. Hobo Joe, didn't Canada just announce a strategic partnership with China? Yeah. Might be a sign of the countries looking elsewhere for trade deals. And the EU have just done the same thing. Yeah, in the face of economic stability, capital follows the path of least resistance. And like, yeah, Canada's looking at China. to help out, because apparently Canada hasn't had good relations with China, as in like for like the last almost a decade, they kind of haven't really met with the Chinese in any real powerful and official format, and so they've just done that. And the Europeans themselves have been signing new trade deals as a European Union with other parts of the world, including South America, largely Brazil, I believe, and potentially Argentina. But yeah, there's been new EU trade deals going on. It seems, as you are talking about, Hobo Joe, the world is looking post-America, looking beyond the US, and really trying to solidify their economic ties in a diversifying world. Trade beyond the auspices of the US. But until all of that trade is done in an alternative currency, a lot of this isn't going to mean anything, because America does derive a lot of its power from the fact that the US dollar is still the reserve currency. So even if the EU, for some reason, is doing trade with Brazil or Argentina, and Canada is doing trade with China, and both of them choose to do all that trade in US dollars, and so people keep fronting up to the US financial system somewhere and be like, hey, give us some dollars. We need it for our reserves. And so they then go and invest that money in Wall Street. That keeps the American machine going. So all these trade deals, if they're being done in dollars, it doesn't amount to much, but just like having alternatives to get access to things. They really have to, if they can set up an alternative payment system as well, which the Chinese are working on, and efficiently, that would be a game changer. That's how you bring down the empire. But yeah, interesting times, huh? So the New World Order is being used like a boogeyman term, used in a way with more sinister intent than reality. America's guaranteed security was the world order, and they aren't reliable anymore. So yeah, a New World Order is happening because of America. Canada's PM used world order is essentially just saying they can't rely on America, so they're looking to China. China holds mass manufacturing of products for Canada, can use, as well as Canada using China's huge market base. Like, it was a predictable outcome, massively. Yeah, but until the global system changes, the US are basically the world police. They have the world by the wallet. That's an interesting concept, isn't it? Eh? Dyslexia at work. Oh, did I read your stuff wrong? Apologies. But yes. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, of course, Canada and China going in together. Like what else are you going to do if China is literally the manufacturing hub of the entire human race? Like, who else are you going to go to? Like, honestly. You have to do China. You have to come to the table with China, and like China knows it. That's why they have endeavored on this mission to become the world's manufacturing hub. They understand how capitalist economics works. It's just the nature of this beast. In the industrial age, who does industrial production? You can have a sophisticated financial market like Wall Street or the London Stock Exchange or something like that, but that is just financial capital. That's just where the money goes before it's reinvested throughout the world market, or reinvested probably back into buying more and more shares, and so mounting and compounding all of this fictitious capital, this unreal wealth that exists in the world. But like, China understands that, like, if you want real value in this economy, that you produce stuff at industrial scale. And so yeah, it makes complete sense, doesn't it, that they would be going, Canada would be making deals with China. Like, look at Australia. Like, we cuck ourselves so hard to the US because of this, this loyalty that we have to the US, this affiliation that we have to the Anglosphere. But like, in reality, if you look at who butters our bread, like, honestly, it's China. It's our economic relations with China that keep us alive, really. That keeps the Australian economy going. Where do we send our iron ore? Where do we send our coal? Where do we send our produce? And where do we get our shit? Buy my stuff on Temu, motherfucker. Like, China is the economic trading partner of the entire world. It's just, again, as Spandonk said, somebody's got us all by the wallet. And so if we're going to keep trading in US dollars to get all of our stuff, that's what's maintaining, for a large part, not exclusively, or not only, but like for a large part, it's what's helping keep the Americans where they are as a country that can just turn around and be like, you're sanctioned, you're tariffed, you're in trouble, you naughty boy, you got economic restrictions on you. Because everyone's like, damn, let's kick those American dollars. God, I need some more American dollars, man. Need some more of that shit. Wall Street, where the value of our labor heads towards shareholders.
Threat of economic system, trade tariffs in order to try and push for them to support the US taking territory from Denmark, an EU member state.
And Jack, because you just explained to us also what that so-called bazooka reaction, what that measure would mean, how likely is it that that is a real option, given that Europe needs the US for security reasons, to support Ukraine, you name it?
I've got to tell you, Monica, I don't think, my personal instinct is that it's unlikely that they will move quickly on using that trade bazooka instrument, the anti-coercion instrument, but they want to wield the threat to make sure that the US knows what is possible if the European Union wants to act. And so they certainly won't take it off the table. The context of this, I've spent quite a lot of time in Greenland throughout 2025 myself, Monica. I was over there. One of the things that a lot of the heads in Europe are scratching is why the United States, if it were going to take Greenland, wouldn't have done so already. Militarily, it's extremely easy for the Americans to do so. They already have the biggest military base in the whole of Greenland. They could very quickly just put their boats, half their navy around Greenland, and essentially it would become theirs. There's not very much military on the 2 kilometers or so that is land connected to the coast that is available. There is not very much there. The rest is an ice sheet. So they want to make sure that they're still part of these negotiations. They're concerned about what Trump's saying, and they want to make sure that Trump knows that they do have economic resources to retaliate should they want.
All right. Well, Jack Parrick there following that whole story.
Good on you, Jack. Legend. We won't have to worry about where to send anything if Trump kidnaps Albo and takes over our resources. I wonder if Queen Mary has any impact on how Australians feel about the Greenland situation. Yeah, hey, let's divert to the Queen. Hey, our beloved Australian Queen. See what she says about it. I wonder if she's putting out any press statements. That'll be interesting to find, wouldn't it? Hey, take her word for it. We won't have to worry about where to send anything if Trumpy kidnaps Albo and takes over our resources. Could you imagine that? If like they start blockading the east coast of Australia, start shooting Australian fishing vessels in Australian waters, and they're just like, they got drugs. Albo's the head of a cartel. It's incredible. He's an absolute criminal. And we will bring him to justice. And they, swoop into Parliament House in the middle of the night. No, in Kirribilli. They take him out of Kirribilli in the middle of the night. And then take him in his standing trial in New York just hours later. What a scene that would be, wouldn't it? Wow. All for the sake of our resources. All right, so what did you send before? Volta, you sent something interesting from a Greenlandic politician saying we're not for sale, was it? Let's have a look at this one. This one. Is this her? Greenlandic politician shows mirror to Trump over island invasion plan. He doesn't know about ... A million views on Hook Global.
So I think Trump doesn't know about Greenland.
Lefties losing it. Dilemmas, be careful now, kids. If these speech laws go through, it's actually treason to call for a foreign power to kidnap government officials. Gotta be careful now. Isn't that scary? Hey, I've been looking into that a bit, Dilemmas. We'll have a look at it later. I was looking at, what's his name? Joey Kamal from Australia's Turning Point chapter, or Turning Point Australia, I guess you would say. I was looking at his assessment of the situation. He made a submission on behalf of Turning Point Australia about the laws. Actually, it's technically treason now, as it is written, LOL, but it's not into law yet. So we'll get to that. Let's have a look. Greenlandic politicians. All right.
Greenlandic people. So I think Trump doesn't know about Greenlandic people. We don't really value cash and Kardashian lips and fake boobs and stuff like that very highly. Actually, you cannot even own land in Greenland. You can get an allotment for your house and then you own the house on top of the land. But Greenlanders don't
Joey
believe...
Jamal, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, I watched his assessment and his submission to the federal government as part of the 2-day submission period they had for it. And yeah, it was interesting. It was very legalese how it was put together.
In the land is for one person, is for everyone. And so is the seas, like the riches that we have there. So it's a big miscalculation that he thinks that Greenlanders would be incited by cash or something like that. We're not. And even if you were to say like $100,000 per person or something like that, we would.
Isn't that a weird figure? Do you remember Nick Shirley was putting that out? We watched last week, Nick Shirley, the American right-wing influencer, young dude, brings down governors. He's just the most viral person outside of Mr. Beast on X. Anyway, he was walking around interviewing the Greenlanders. He was like, what if we gave you like $100,000 a person? Wouldn't you want that? And like most of the people he interviewed were like, no. And like apart from a couple of smart-ass like kids who were just like, yeah, I'll take $100,000. But like, this is the same rhetoric. It's the same story. It's very interesting. Mostly Inuit, aren't they? Greenlandic Inuit, not Alaska Inuit. Most viral mentally challenged person today. You're talking about Nick Shirley? Hey, he's a goddamn genius. Take it back.
Give up free healthcare. We wouldn't give up free education. We wouldn't give up being a part of Europe. We wouldn't give up on our sovereignty eventually. And we're a very sovereign people within the Kingdom of Denmark. We're autonomous right now. We do not want to be rich like the Americans are. See how greedy they are. They're even trying to shoot their friends or invade their friends just for greed. And we know that there's minerals and oils possibly in our underground, and that's worth so much more even than that. But even if we didn't have that, we would still not be bought. So everyone here knows about the Inuit in Alaska and all of the native tribes, Indians, American Indians who are there. Their land was taken from them and they haven't been treated that well in America. And we know that Trump is very much surrounding himself, at least with the white power people, and we are not white, as you can see. We are of color, and so we know our rights probably would be taken away. And we also know that we're
so like argument number one. No, it's probably number 3 or 4 by now. But like argument number 1, we've seen how the US treats its indigenous population, and like we're not too happy about it. Eh? Yeah, it doesn't shake up very nicely. We don't have high hopes for the way that we'll be treated. Just in case you missed it, we have a large indigenous population here. We're a bit worried about becoming American. Nick Shirley, the great white GOP hope. Nick Learning Center, Leering Center, Leering Center Shirley, who actually did attempt to leer at children through the windows of daycares. Hey, he's a professional. He's a journalist. He's a fucking journalist. You're not leering at kids through windows. That's slander. Take it back.
very good as we are together with Denmark. As mentioned before, we have free healthcare, we have free study. Whatever you want to study, you can do that for free. And actually, government will give you money to study. So while you're studying, you're getting a grant from your government. So all of that we wouldn't trade for, like the welfare state, we wouldn't trade for anything in America. But also, you have to remember, a lot of Greenlanders have family, like their mother or father or grandmother or grandfather who is Danish. We do have a 400 years history together or more in terms of being interconnected in that way. So, and we're also seeing a lot of protests in America right now that is unsettling with the ICE agents who are sort of going after a lot of people.
Can you imagine ice in Greenland? Fuck, that'd be the first thing that happens. Trump takes Greenland and then they send Kristi Noem in with ICE agents to kick out illegal immigrants, tearing families apart. Sir, were you born here? Because it says that you're from Denmark. Is that true? Well, like, I've actually been living... Get him! Get him! He's not even from here. He's from Denmark. He's not native to this land. Watching ICE agents run rampant in Greenland. Oh my god. Not impossible, to be honest. Fuck it hell. Oh,
Well, and from here it looks like maybe he's going a lot after brown people, and we are considered brown people, as you can see. So, yeah, we would rather stay with Denmark. Thank you. America has had.
We're brown, so we'd like to stay with Denmark. Better track record. Ravy baby. So our operating hours are 2 p.m. Nick out the front at 11 a.m. with a group of balaclava-clad men. Where are the kids? Show me the children. Little Joey needs daycare. Open up. I just want to enroll my son in daycare. Can I get some forms, please? So good. We don't want to be rich like those dirty Americans. Look at them. Somehow she has out-Trumped Trump. Greenland isn't hot, Mr. Trump. It's cold. Oh, man.
Up to 17 bases here, and they have closed them all down except for one, the Bidufik Space Base. And America could amp up the base presence, their military presence, and even their military capabilities here all they wanted to. So that is not the argument. And of course, everyone in Greenland knows this. We may not be many, but we read, we're educated, and we know about the news of the world, right? Especially regarding our own country. So we know about the treaties that we have with America. This is very much akin to when you have a dog sledge team, when he's using that analogy, and one of the dogs all of a sudden turns around and bites you. You have to take it out of the kennel. You have to take it outside and shoot it. Of course, we're not going to shoot Americans. We're peaceful people, but you cannot trust that dog anymore forever.
That's so good. If it bites you, you take it out back like Old Yeller and fucking shoot it. Oh my god. This is great. She's been the best speaker yet on this topic. Voltator, thank you very much for your contributions. Imagine all the ICE agents sliding off the front of car bumpers. So much ice, literally and figuratively. Those daycares. Gustavo told the indigenous people they are next, and they were right. Where you were born doesn't matter if you're the wrong color on the Family Guy color chart. Yeah, I know, right? Quality Leering Center. Get your quality leering right here, ladies and gentlemen. This chick is stable. We are educated. We read. Obviously, knowing America reads at a 9th grade level. Subtle. Yeah, she's subtle. She's taken stabs, right? Don't you reckon? Hey, we're educated. We understand world politics, all right? We understand our treaties too. We're not idiots. Hey, so don't try and fuck with us. You know why we're not idiots? Because we get free education. Hey?
America has 10,000 soldiers who are for combat in Arctic society. Finland alone has 35,000. We also could impose... if we wanted to escalate stuff, we could also impose like dropping all American treasury bonds, right? That would hurt. We also have, when you look at France...
Who? Right? The Americans are ready for that type of economic warfare. I'll tell you that much for free. Lass. It's a fair point what she's saying. We could drop the the bonds. There'll be a rush in the bond market, but like people want to buy American bonds. Okay, why? They want American dollars. So until the world trade system as a world system decouples itself on such reliance on the US, like she's right. Oh yeah, that'll piss the, I don't know, the bond market off if there's a big dump on American bonds. But that would just be, you know, a drop in the ocean. Like I like better her facts about like the Finnish forces compared to the Americans. They've got triple the amount of soldiers ready for Arctic combat. But like that is banking on the fact that Finland's going to come to the rescue. Ninth grade is probably too high. It's hilarious. Savage. But the new world order could affect that. Yeah, it could. Definitely could. This chick's on fire. Hey, I want to go to Greenland now.
And Canada and all of the allies that are coming to our rush right now, a very big arsenal actually of soldiers and of weapons especially. I mean, America had to borrow Denmark's warship for Arctic seas. So, I mean, it's not a given that America would win here. We fought alongside America in a lot of other wars around the world because we wanted to adhere to the treaties that we had gone through. But they have seen that some of the street fighting in Syria, for example, has been very, very hard on Western soldiers, right? I imagine it would probably be the same in Greenland. It would be like something else. So I wouldn't laugh it off, but of course nobody wants war and nobody wants to be invaded. Of course there are bad chapters with Denmark and Greenland because we have a 400-year history. But actually I also saw a YouTube video that kind of emerged.
Would US commanders follow legal orders? Hey, it's a fair question. A treasonous question, some might say. Hey, that'll get you in big trouble with the Trump administration.
Recently that said American soldiers were very bad to some of our people here too in Assuk, which is a small settlement in here. Some of the elders that remember them also said, well, those guys were really not that good. So it really doesn't matter what happened between Denmark and Greenland. We'll figure that out. Denmark and Greenland is fine as we are. We will figure it out. If we want to be independent, Greenlanders should be able to decide that, not with pressure from a superpower somewhere. And we are well aware that if we became independent tomorrow, he would just invade us because he would have no problems with NATO, Europe, you know, everything else. So I think he's banking sort of in a very insulting way that Greenlanders are like stupid, uneducated people who doesn't follow the news around the world, and we're not. It's the exact opposite. We're going to be here hundreds of years after Donald Trump. Even if he invaded us, I think we would just wait him out like bad weather. Everyone here knows that the weather decides. If we get a storm, we may have to hunker down for a day or two, and we will hunker down for a year or two, or even 10 years or 20 years, and then we will go back to Denmark as soon as Trump and his likes were gone. Everyone wants a peaceful solution. Donald Trump is the only one who seems to want to fight, and I don't even think the American military would want to fight. It just seems crazy and unhinged. It seems like he's...
I don't know, for someone so smart, she really doesn't understand how power works. You want independence, become a world power that can compete, otherwise you'll be subject to them in one way or another. That is definitely how this style of world works, that's for sure. Imperial, capitalistic countries. Might is right, as Stephen Miller would tell us. So pick which one you like best, because Denmark isn't becoming a world power anytime soon. No, but a unified Europe could be. They got a lot to work on there, but I'm putting my, you know, if I had to pick, hey, if I had to pick. The article I posted today talks about what a potential military tribunal would look like. A military tribunal? Interesting. For who? Like, for people that commit treason and don't follow orders? US orders? That was a low-key threat. Trump. Right. Oh, right. Okay. Like over this whole situation of attacking an ally. That was a low-key threat to the American military. Snatching Maduro close to the equator isn't the same as taking an Arctic landmass. Yeah. She said Greenland is a peaceful people and then mentioned shooting dogs. That's not going to play well here in the States. Well, look, people become very detached, I guess, from the real relations between humans and their animals. Right? Yeah, unified EU has like 850 million people. They could outnumber the US in market power and troops. They just need more military investment and focus on strong unity. Yeah, but that's the $1 trillion question. How do they come together? And like that's the thing. Like, is this potentially that watershed moment where the Europeans, in the Lion King vein, we're going to go with, as in Dr. Nathan has demonstrated, will they remember who they are? Will they remember? Will the Europeans remember who they are? Will they put aside their differences and be like, no, we are Europe. We get a fucking say in world affairs. Right, she wasn't literally using Trump's own analogy against him. She wasn't? Or was?
Going to pay off some of his wealthy donors so he can run for president a third time, to be honest. That's what most Greenlanders are thinking.
Yeah.
We don't know, but that's what we're thinking. They already did a poll last year. 6% only was pro-American. I have seen a lot of videos on social media lately where they are saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong about MAGA, I was wrong about America. So I would think it would be even less percent now. So only 6% a year ago, and I think probably even fewer now. 85% overwhelmingly said no last year. As I said, I think the percentage is higher now. So no. Decisively no. Nobody wants NATO to be pitted against each other. Nobody. I mean, nobody, except maybe Donald Trump, and nobody knows why. We're thinking, is he too good friends with Putin, or what is happening here? Nobody wants Greenland to be a battleground. But we have seen a lot of nations kind of step up, and as I mentioned, they're trying to do the last friendly gesture towards America, as well as displaying we do actually have military capabilities. We still want to be friends. But as you saw today, the Canadian Prime Minister, he went to China to try and make new relations. So if Donald Trump wants a new world order, okay, then that's what he's going to get. 74% of Americans, ordinary Americans, do not...
There was that trigger word, the dog whistle word, New World Order. People are throwing it around.
Want to invade Greenland. And I think percent of American world order, okay, then that's what he's going to get. 74% of Americans, ordinary Americans, do not want to invade Greenland. And I think probably amongst those 74%, most of the military capability is probably in there because they know they would be attacking a NATO ally. They know they would be going into a European country. And since World War II, you know, the Western Hemisphere has kind of banded together. So it's very weird that he's trying to do that. Some Europeans are hoping that maybe he's just trying to get them to really amp up their military quick. I don't think so. I think he wants Greenland, but we'll see.
Yeah, he wants Greenland. Like, come on. Let's call a spade here. Post-US NATO agreement, maybe? Dilemma's neck minute. They are shooting the dogs. And maybe eating them. I don't say that, but I've heard people say it. Hey? Well, it's actually a Greenland delicacy. Hey? Frozen husky. So, like, don't bag it until you tried it. They are shooting the dogs. They are shooting the dogs. They are eating the dogs. But hey, trust Americans to not understand that, or context for that matter. Oh man, they are eating the dogs. All right, let's have a look at this article that you sent. I think it was in general chat. I'm going to try general chat first. Let's go to general chat. Is it? No, it's not that one. Maybe you wouldn't read about it. Maybe it was that one. You wouldn't read about it. Yeah, this one. Let's have a look. San Francisco Chronicle. You watch. I'm going to get hit up. I know. Won't be able to read this. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. How Trump's Greenland obsession could land him in a military stockade? There's be fighting words. Do you reckon that was actually real, or is this just like some liberal fantasy from the San Francisco Chronicle here? Okay, let's have a listen to this. 400 years ago, a representative of the Dutch West India Company purchased Manhattan from its natives for the equivalent of $24 in beads and trinkets, according to legend. Fast forward 2026, and a failed former Manhattan real estate investor now seems to think the same formula should work for him in the 21st century, that he should be able to purchase Greenland or annex a neighbor to the north by military force if they are unwilling to sell European allies. You know, that's what's really funny about the Manhattan Purchase kind of thing. Apparently, the Manhattan Purchase was actually swapped out for Holland. Ended up swapping it out with the British for islands in, I want to say, Southeast Asia, so they could get access to the nutmeg plantations that they had a hold of. I want to say it was that. But yeah, that's how the English got a hold of it after all of this stuff. What a great deal. What a great deal. So good. European allies are now pre-positioning military forces to Greenland under their own flags as a deterrent to a possible US invasion. Well, President Trump's lame brain scheme to make Canada our 51st state may have dropped out of the conversation, at least for now. Good point. Greenland, part of Denmark, has moved front and center. In addition to Trump's rhetoric, at least one Republican member of Congress has already introduced supporting legislation to make Greenland the newest star on the flag. Sorry, Puerto Rico. Better luck next time. So good. Let's be clear, Canada, Denmark, and the United States, along with Britain, France, Germany, and 26 sovereign nations, are NATO allies. Yeah, fair enough. I want to get onto this, how like he gets enter Trump. Our commander-in-chief seems to believe that the Atlantic Alliance is nothing more than another norm for him to blast through. He is, of course, sadly mistaken, because Denmark is already signaling that should push come to shove, shots will be fired. Danes will not go down without a fight. Oh, man, good luck. Like, I get it. Like, these would be fighting words, but like, fucking good luck. Where the concern in Trump's first term centered around whether the president might try to withdraw from NATO. Sorry, whether the president might try to withdraw the US from NATO, those fears have given way in the second term to a new reality where he's apparently contemplating whether to invade one of its members. Oh, yeah, we already know this. For a full year into the second term, however, few seem willing to call out the president on a fundamental reality. So we will, and thank God, San Francisco Chronicle. If Trump's unhinged threat to annex Greenland ever did become an actual order, it would be illegal. All right, here we go. We're getting to the nuts and bolts of it. It doesn't matter that the order came from a superior officer. We hanged 12 Nazi war criminals after the Nuremberg trials for the same conduct. Just following orders, like at Nuremberg, will not be an excuse, even if that order comes from the president. Just because the commander-in-chief of our nation's armed forces is also our duly elected president, with all the powers invested in that high office, that does not imply in any way that the president has unchecked power over the military. A president must follow the law too, or face the consequences. Normally, in a situation where subordinates believe themselves to have received what appears to be an unlawful order from a superior officer, that subordinate should object and then ask for clarification. Normally, this action would serve to alert the superior officer that there's a problem. In a hypothetical case such as this, however, where the order in question is coming directly from the president, this process would be turned on its ear. A commander-in-chief, in this case, who went to great pains to eliminate disagreement in advance by appointing malleable underlings who have agreed, also in advance, to blindly obey. Trump also systematically removed military lawyers who would normally act to screen inappropriate behavior and unlawful conduct. It's funny, isn't it? It seems like this was part of the plan. This sounds like Project 2025 stuff. And we read stuff like this. Like, you stack the military with loyalists, you have the right type of generals, or people in the right position of power. You have the right type of lawyers that are working in the Department of War, that will, sign off on documentation, review things, that are bent towards your political agenda. Very interesting. This signaled his desire from the beginning to subvert law or to break it altogether, or to make sure that he's not contained, right? He's not hinged. He's unhinged. Hopefully, for our 4-star military leaders are already discussing this privately amongst themselves, and they will be prepared en masse to inform their commander-in-chief that none of them will be willing to implement an illegal order. One might reasonably expect Trump at that point to attempt to do what he always does, blast through the norm, invent a rationale, and fly on the fly and find himself a lackey who will carry out his bidding. Fortunately for American democracy and the future of our military, that's not how things work. Should the president cross this immutable line in the sand, ordering military action against our NATO ally, the law has been broken, period. At that point, the commander of the military district of Washington, the officer who has criminal jurisdiction through the Uniform Code of Military Justice over all military personnel in the federal district, including the commander-in-chief, would bring Trump not in front of a sitting judge or a jury of peers, as is the case in civilian court, but a military tribunal. This tribunal would be empowered to try war crimes in a legal venue where the Supreme Court has no authority to grant immunity, as it did in the controversial 2024 ruling in Trump v. the United States. Instead, the district commander would have the authority, the mechanism, and the sacred duty to effectuate an arrest of Trump and to initiate criminal proceedings. No protection from any higher court or authority. This is a military tribunal case. Hey, fuck, this is scary. Hey, who would have thought? Uncharted territory, to say the least. But then again, so are the Nuremberg trials, and everyone remembers how those turned out. Hey, I've seen the movie. Brett Wagner served as professor of international security. Oh, that's it. That's just his little bio there. Well. There's a bit of history of America flat out buying land like that. I don't see any way America could spin the PR of invading Greenland to their favor. They could with South American countries, not Nordic ones. Yeah, like, strong-arming someone in South America, some loser Latin American country, but doing it to Europeans? Oh my God. Right? But that's the thing. He must be so emboldened by the whole Venezuela thing to just be like, you know what? Fucking, we've had Greenland on the table for ages now. Let's just fucking do it. Like, what's the world gonna do? Nothing. But wouldn't it be amazing if the world did do fuck all, because they were completely incapable of coordinating any effort to stop the Americans? But it was from within the US that this happened, from within the military itself. Eh? That's crazy. The commander of the military district of Washington, the officer who has criminal jurisdiction through the Uniform Code of Military Justice over all military personnel in the federal district, including the commander-in-chief, would bring Trump not in front of a sitting judge or a jury of his peers, as in the case of a civilian court, but a military tribunal. This tribunal would be empowered to try war crimes in a legal venue where the Supreme Court has no authority to grant immunity. Wow. Eh? Who would have fucking, like, imagine if it got to that. Eh? Could you imagine Trump in a military stockade? I don't know, man. Like, it's possible, but like, would it ever happen? Would it ever happen? Very interesting stuff. Food for thought. Thank you for sharing, Jack. That was actually pretty interesting. I wonder if it'll ever happen. If we'll ever get to that, for the American people themselves or the institutions within the US file criminal proceedings against the president for attacking an ally. Eh? In these times, we need some hope. We need options, man. We need some options. Come on, somebody give us something. All right. Well, like in light of that, let us just take a fucking reality check, okay? In light of these big fighting words, hey, this is what the system can do. Here are the types of loyalists he stacks the administration with. You know who I'm talking about here. If you don't know who this guy is, this is Stephen Miller. Okay, he's one of the architects of the Trump administration 2.0. He was around for Trump 1.0, but he's really come to the fore the second time round, and he's one of the architects of this style of Trump administration. You know, if you want to know how the Project 2025 manifests itself in reality, this is what it looks like in human form. This dude here. And so this is the guy that's recently been questioned about this whole debacle and has said, hey, like the world order is this. Might is right. Like if you have power, you use your power. That is just human history, basically. And so he's had some words on what the US is going to be doing when it comes to Greenland. And so you have the pleasure of listening to this guy tell us his thoughts on it. Yeah. Ew, a Nazi on my screen. Oh, quickly, wipe it off. No, he's stuck on the screen. So they basically have a GG if someone gets out of line, except it's not a representative of the monarchy, but a representative of the military-industrial complex, America. Oh, yeah, he doesn't look shady at all. No, but like, is it though? Like, is it like the governor general situation? No, I think this is the military. Like, if you're the commander in chief, so you're someone who has the power to give orders, and like those orders come from the military arm of your power structure, then, and nobody is above the laws that govern that element of society, the military element of society, then you are also subject to those laws, and so you could be tried in any type of court situation where they need to adjudicate on whether the laws has been followed, and so you could be tried separately in that arena. It's an interesting point. Like, is it really governor general stuff? Because governor general can decide, I think, basically whether or not they like the government or not. Trump actually has to break the law for this tribunal actually to have any meaning. And so like what they've described here is that attacking an ally is breaking the law. I guess this assumption, or the assumption from that article, is that attacking an ally is breaking the law. Is the US attacking an ally like Greenland, or specifically Denmark, breaking the law? More specifically, if the commander-in-chief directs the US military to take military action on Greenland in the pursuit of annexing that territory, would this be an illegal activity, potentially, because it's being enacted on an ally? Very brief response, please. Very brief answer, yes. It would be illegal. If a US president ordered military action against Greenland, Danish territory, to annex it, it would be illegal under international law. International law. It would breach treaty. Denmark is NATO ally. It would be ordering the US military to seize Greenland would constitute an act of aggression and be unlawful under international law. Fuck international law. Like, they have no regard for international law. Look at Venezuela. I mean, under US or domestic law. Would this allow the US military to form a tribunal to assess whether or not Trump has broken the law. Not just human history, it's literally nature. I agree. Everything comes down to power and the will to yield it to secure more resources than the other guy. Well, especially in this form of economy, that's for sure. Diplomacy doesn't matter as long as you get more shit than the other guy. Evolution has wiped out so many species just because they weren't the strongest. Kind of imperative to protect yourself before even finding resources. Like, that's like one form of evolution. I'll give you that. There's definitely many species that have been wiped out because they weren't the strongest or they weren't able to survive. But there's many species as well that have evolved not because they were the strongest, but because they were actually able to find mutual benefits from not only their surrounding environment, like cooperation, but they're actually able to live with other species in almost unity. Like a large story of the evolution of all of our vegetation and plant life is the unity between, plants that create pollen and those that help disperse it throughout the world. And plant life, it's way more successful than the spread of the human race across the world. It touches every corner of the globe. And so, there are plenty of evolutionary tactics which actually require well more than someone just having power over someone else. So power relations aren't the only thing in the evolution of species that allow them to exist. There's a lot of cooperation and co-inhabitants that happens within the natural world. Humans, we wouldn't even exist if we weren't able to exist within the environment and with all of the microorganisms that make our life possible. It is, don't get me wrong, power relations are important. If you think of, I don't know, who's the king of the jungle, and you look at the food chain, who eats whom in the food chain, who is prey, who is predator. But that's just one of the elements. So to say, this is my big argument, I hate this sort of stuff, but when people say that greed is human nature or something like that, and power relations are human nature, there is no evidence to suggest that it is. Humans are born and all they think about is power and being greedy. There is more evidence, I guess you would say, to suggest that that's a learned behavior, if nothing else. Dilemmas: who enforces international law? The US Navy, lol. Hell, even before any living organisms, the largest, heaviest stars turned into black holes and became the centers of galaxies. Power has always dominated. But how did those black holes and stars form in the first place? Conglomerations of different matter. Yeah, I'd argue the evolution occurred because they outperformed their competitor plants. It's survival of the fittest. But apex species, whether that strength is raw physical strength or IQ advantage or better sunlight absorption, it all boils down to that in the end. But how does that explain the phenomenon that I talked about? Which is you need plants that need to pollinate through cross-pollination, through literally their pollen being taken by other organisms. If those other organisms dropped out, the species would die. And so the strength is not power. It's not competition. It's not survival of the fittest in I can absorb the most sun, so I win. It's literally you rely on other species in order for your existence. It's almost like they live in some ecosystem where everybody has input. And yes, some species feed on others and it makes them powerful in that sense. They all work as a big unit, as an ecosystem. They all have a place and they all interact with one another and serve a function within that system. It's a system. It's not as black and white as just the most powerful is at the top and nothing else matters. I don't think it's that simple at the end of the day. It's a factor. It's definitely a factor. But it's not that black and white. Under US domestic law, a president ordering the military to seize Greenland would not trigger a military tribunal for the president. Oh, research assistant You're listening to this one, Jag? Key points. Commander-in-Chief has broad domestic authority to deploy U.S. forces abroad. The U.S. law does not make attacking an ally illegal per se. Violations of international law are not automatically crimes under U.S. domestic law unless Congress has criminalized them. Accountability mechanisms are civilian. Congress, impeachment and removal. Courts, possible post-presidency criminal liability. Military tribunals do not have jurisdiction over a sitting president. What? This is very different to what we just read. Hey, no, the U.S. military cannot convene a tribunal to judge whether Trump broke the law. Any legal consequence would come through impeachment or civilian court. Hey, what's the research assistant trying to say here? Hey? Yeah, those plants utilized other organisms and became more powerful by outperforming the other plants. Their new use of the ecosystem they now belong to has helped them gain an advantage. Now that the advantage is gained always changes, but there always has to be an advantage. Otherwise, evolution doesn't occur. That's literally how it works. Yeah, but it's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just that. It's not just about getting an advantage over your adversaries like other plants. They're evolving, actually, co-evolution with other species in order to exist. And without said species, they would fail to exist any longer. Like, if you wiped out the organisms that allow them to reproduce it, like, it's not just about like dominating others and dominating your competition. It's literally like you have to reproduce your existence, not just on a daily basis, but like your species. And if your species relies on other organisms to reproduce itself, then you are in a cooperative arrangement with those organisms. All I'm saying is, as you've already said it, evolution needs to work on factors, and that is a factor there, that organisms choose paths that are multiple. They're not just choosing paths which make them dominant over competitors for their own spaces, but they also choose cooperation tactics as well in order to survive. So like, you can't just discount that, like, yes, okay, these plants are fighting with other plants for space in the sun, but they're also trying to get access to other organisms, attract other organisms and work with other organisms to reproduce their existence. It's a thing. It's a thing. Like, if you're so matter of fact about how competition occurs, then it definitely exists that organisms will cooperate with one another. Yeah, coevolution occurs, but there's always a competitor who gets outperformed. It might not always be about pushing the competitor out of existence, as you both belong to the same ecosystem. But what? Like, can't we just agree that both factors are important? It doesn't have to be one or the other. And like, one doesn't take precedence over the other. Like a meadow, you still need an advantage over them, but yes, after that advantage is gained, they also develop traits to become more efficient. I guess we're just talking across each other at the moment, at this point. I don't think you can, all I'm saying is I don't think you can single out and say competition is the only factor in evolution that matters. There are other factors that matter, like belonging to a system, an ecosystem where you rely on other organisms, just like the human race. We pretend that it's all power, right? It's all power that matters. But like, it only matters in a system that supports the power structure. And so like, you have to have society. So when you have all these people saying that greed is the only way to do things, and everybody's an individual, they're only an individual inside of a society. If they were individuals by themselves, you know, out in the wilderness with no contact to anyone else in the human race, there would need to be the word for greed, because there'd be no other humans around to make greed relative. Greed only exists in a society, and everybody works to make that society come together. All right, let's get back to Stephen Miller, everybody's favorite nutsy. Let's have a look what he has to say about Greenland.
All right, here with more, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Homeland Security Advisor to
Look at that
President Trump,
smile.
Stephen Miller, is with us. The president's right. It is vital. The president's also right that China and Russia have interest in Greenland.
Do they? Do they? Has that been proven yet? That China and Russia are going to take Greenland? Has anyone actually substantiated this claim? It's a very interesting one because it's the pretense for war at the moment. I guess I'm just saying I don't know a single example of any system that exists without parts of the whole having the whole having direct competition. It tends to be nature that multiples arise. Definitely competition. I'm not arguing about that. I do think that these systems thrive through competition, but they also thrive through cooperation. It's almost like there's two elements working in some type of dialectical relationship with one another, and like the back and forth between competition and cooperation is actually what produces the systems that we see around us, the ecosystem itself, the evolution and the trajectory of these organisms. It's not as simple, which is just a nice kind of free market fantasy. I think it's just like competition. It's the only thing that produces anything good. It's just power relationships, and who has the most is the winner. It's like, yes, okay, that person might have the most, but they have the most inside a system of their inside society. Like, what their wealth would be meaningless if there wasn't other humans around making everything else work and tick over and turn over. So like the power only exists because it exists with everybody around them supporting that power structure. Competition exists because of the system that holds everyone together, or holds an ecosystem together. It's both of those things that are important. I mean, competition is extremely important. I think, to be honest, capital works best with competition. It only really works with competition. And like, that's why people like to talk about competition all the time and how important competition is, etc., etc., etc. But like, we all know how decrepit the system is that we have at the moment. We call it like crony capitalism and all these ugly names. It's just like, oh, the free market isn't supposed to work like this. Competition is supposed to reign supreme. And like, to be fair, yes, capitalism does actually work much better than when there is actual competition, not these monopolistic corporations, transnational corporations that go around the world engulfing markets, pressuring governments to subsidize their behaviors, deregulate them, but regulate any opposition that they might have, so they can have absolute control over an entire marketplace or industry. Without competition, then the system is just corrupt, really. It's the competition that is important in a market society. We just don't really have that anymore these days.
Denmark has not particularly treated the people of Greenland well. It could be one of the wealthiest nations, according to everything I've read, in terms of their natural resources that are not being tapped into. Looks to me like Donald Trump's about to make the art of the deal real for Greenland.
Well, you said it, Sean. Greenland is essential for America's national security. The new domain of international competition is going to be polar competition. That is where more and more resources are being spent by our nation's adversaries.
Have you heard this claim yet? That like Greenland is actually being fucked over by Denmark. They could have been so much richer if it wasn't for those stupid Danish people not using their resources properly. Actually, it's a problem, Greenland being part of Denmark, and if only they were liberated by someone like America who would do business there properly, everybody in Greenland would be much, much richer. Much, much richer. 100% right there. Boiling it all down to just competition is only better for those already at the top of the system now. Keep everyone in fear of competition from the outside. Keeps internal opposition down. Yeah, look, again, one of the best times of the history of capitalism would have been when there was real competition going on inside nations, between nations. Once you take the competitive element out of capitalism, it just becomes people hoarding shit and laying claim to everything for their own fucking domination, really. Bring back competition, I say.
And rivals is the ability to control
this guy.
Movement, navigation, lanes of travel, in the polar and Arctic regions. Greenland is 25% larger than Alaska. Greenland is the size of 1/4 of the continental United States. With respect to Denmark, Denmark is a tiny country with a tiny economy and a tiny military. They cannot defend Greenland. They cannot control the territory of Greenland. Under every understanding of law that has existed about territorial control for 500 years, to control a territory, you have to be able to defend a territory, improve a territory, inhabit a territory. Denmark has failed on every single one of these tests. So they want us to spend hundreds of billions of dollars defending a territory for them that is 25% bigger than Alaska at 100% American expense. But they say, well, we do this.
What? Where do they get this from? Does anyone know what he's talking about there? Why is it Denmark wants the US... No, wants... Denmark is going to defend Greenland. The Americans are going to pay for it. Like, where'd this one come from? Is that the official definition of owning a territory? Yeah, you have to... What, you have to improve it? You have to be able to defend it. And what was the other conditions there? It was like you have to take it, defend it, and improve the territory. Is that the official definition? Yeah. I hope they're constantly improving the territories that they lay claim to.
It belongs 100% to Denmark. It's a raw deal. It's an unfair deal. And most importantly, it's unfair to the American taxpayer, who have subsidized all of Europe's defense for generations now. American dollars, American treasure, American blood, American ingenuity is what keeps Europe safe and the free world safe. And Donald Trump's insisting that we be respected, Sean.
Well, I heard the meeting was...
That's what this is about. Fuck, I knew it. Like, all of this speculation, I feel like such a dickhead. This is just about respect. That's what this is about. Like, really, Denmark should be, like, offering Greenland to the US. Like, Trump has said, like, look, I want it. The Don has said, I want Greenland. And, like, out of respect, they should give us fucking Greenland. Like, that's what this is about. It is really about just who thinks they're powerful at the moment, out of sign of respect. Right? So I don't have to break anyone's legs. Just give me fucking Greenland. Fox News audience will hear taxpayer and be like, yep, I knew it all along. Greenland is taking my taxes. But like, have you heard this call anywhere else? That's an interesting one. Denmark wants to defend Greenland, but wants the American taxpayer to pay. And like 100% of the defense of Greenland by Denmark comes from the American taxpayer. I would be furious if I was American listening to this. Shakedown styles.
Well, with Secretary of State Rubio, does that mean...
Hey, I'm walking here.
...to having that discussion and I think making the right decision, partnering with us?
Well, there were positive early talks. We don't want to get ahead of the process, but President Trump has been clear in saying that he wants the United States to control Greenland. That is the American position. And you would think that our allies in NATO, again, who we keep safe with our missile shield, our nuclear shield, with our special forces, our troops, our soldiers, our intelligence, our submarines. Again, American tax dollars are keeping Europe safe and free from every adversary in the world. You would think that they would want to support America in this matter. And I hope they do, Sean. And President Trump is finally standing up for America in the world. You see it in the Western Hemisphere. You see it all around the planet. It's America first, Sean.
All right, Steve Miller, great to see you. Hey, Sean.
Great to see you, Stephen. Hey, America first. America first. There it is. Why aren't the Danish paying respects? Why don't they want Trump to kiss Denmark on the cheek and say, you're part of the family now? I know, right? That's what it is. You're part of the family. Hey, you're American now. You're American. Come. You're invited to my daughter's wedding. Come. The Don. This is a sign of respect. Oh, this. On this, the day of Maduro's wedding. Oh, man, it's a sign of respect. It's so good, man. Stephen Miller, if nothing else, hilarious. Eh? Hilarious. All right, I gotta get this take. This one's for Lap Jeff, if he's still lurking somewhere. This one's for you. Sky News have weighed in on the discussion. I just want to hear what they have to say about the tariffs.
Donald Trump says world peace is at stake after announcing new tariffs against countries opposing a US takeover of Greenland. He claims Russia and China are looking to acquire the Danish territory, and it's not adequately protected. The US president has pledged to impose 10% tariffs on the 8 European countries who have signalled their dissent by sending troops for military exercises in Greenland. In a post on social media,
it's called reconnaissance.
The American president wrote, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands and Finland have journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown. This is a very dangerous situation for the safety, security and survival of our planet.
Whoa, that's a crazy call, isn't it? Eh? This is it's dangerous situation for the survival of our planet.
These countries who are playing this very dangerous game, starting on February the 1st, 2026, all of the above-mentioned countries will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June the 1st, 2026.
There it is. So halfway through the year, it'll be increased to 25%.
The tariff will be increased.
You reckon that's a window or a threat? This is the time frame we're looking at. You know, do what you want, argy-bargy, diplomacy, all the talky stuff that you liberals do, eh? But we've got to have this sorted by halfway through 2026. That's the timeline, ladies and gentlemen. That's the timeline. Just in time for the midterms. Imagine if the king divorced our Queen Mary and married one of Trump's Jewish family members. Trump literally expands his empire through marriage. In breaking news, Danish royals set to break up. What's going on there? Dilemmas. Remember this comment, maybe very prescient.
East to 25%. Meanwhile, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, says Greenland is essential for America's national security.
With respect to Denmark, Denmark is a tiny country with a tiny economy and a tiny military. They cannot defend Greenland. They cannot control the territory of Greenland.
There you go. So it's the Spandog theory of world politics right there. And Steve Miller is kind of trying to spell it out. Trying to. It's not doing justice to Spandog, though. Hey, they're a tiny country, so fuck them. Hey, what can they do? They can't defend Greenland, but we can. Oh, yeah. Because we are the big dog. We're more powerful. They couldn't defend it even if they wanted to, despite the fact that they have had relations between Denmark and Greenland for the last 400 years. They're not able to take this seriously, let's be honest.
Thousands of people have been gathering in Denmark and Greenland to make their feelings known, protesting against the Trump administration's plans. In Greenland's capital, Nuuk, the demonstrators were led by the Prime Minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen, as they marched to the US consulate with flags and banners.
Thank you, Sky News. Thanks for that. It's good to have. It's better to watch the whole Stephen Miller thing than to rely. Let's get some Sky News commentary on this. I have to find me a protest so I can get the free money. Hey, that's what protest comes down to. Exercising your civil rights, your liberties in a free society is just like, hey, these people are all paid protesters that get money. Hey, lazy bums. Why don't they get a real job instead of protesting? Do you know the American taxpayer pays for that? They can't defend Greenland. From whom? The US? No one can defend from the US. That's literally the reason the petrodollar is a thing. Yeah, exactly. Who's the threat here? Us? Oh, okay. Yes, they probably can't defend. They can't defend Greenland from you guys then. I guess you're probably right with that. Remember, China and Russia won't announce anything. Dun, dun, dun. Strategic analysis here. Darkwing Dan. Why not China and Russia? And Europe's plan now is to prepare for whatever as strongly as for Poland 70 years ago. I don't get it. So let me get this straight. The US already have an agreement with Denmark that they can have as many US troops as they like. In fact, they have reduced the number of troops. So exactly what is the problem here? The US already have the ability to defend Greenland and thereby US national security if they want. Or is this just about the theft of resources? Seems to be a recurring theme. Who's this guy? Fucking in the Sky News chat, Roger Blair, hey? You got it. You got it. Straight up theft by a bully. Who are these people? Hey? Screwing up the Sky News chat. They won't do anything about it if America sent their troops in. Wow. If other countries are coming to help, where are they going to stay? Do they have enough resources to manage extra people in the country? I'm British. I'd love to be the 51st state under Trump. Hey, you've heard it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, the UK is sticking with the US once the split happens, the NATO split happens. Better than the Sharia you currently have going on. It's so good. Yes, and clap from accidental existence. Eh? So good. UK should be part of the US then. Wow. I have one word, impeach. Daddy Trump was right about NATO. Let European nations defend themselves. Defend themselves against who? The Russians and the Americans, apparently. Eh? The only threats that they have right now to their landmass is from Russia and the US. Yet he acts like they're doing something wrong when they send a couple of troops there to demonstrate that they can and will. Ridiculous. Hey. The left is in full swing. What does that even mean? That's fucking hilarious. Oh, man. These are funny times, ladies and gentlemen. These are funny times. Funny times. All right, let's have a look at Minneapolis and what's going on there. Let's check this out, shall we? Counter protesters. Have you guys seen what happened in Minneapolis over the weekend? So there's been heaps and heaps of protests that have been happening ever since Renee Good got unalived. It's been a week and a bit now, like a week and a half, right? Since she was unalived at the hands of ICE agents. And so Minneapolis has been pretty chaotic and been going through a lot of protests and stuff. Yo, it's 4AS in the house. How you going? And so there was Jag put us on the trail in Discord. But there was I don't know what you call this person, a January 6th survivor, January 6th protester, insurrectionist, a guy who's, I guess, a right-wing influencer now, and he rocked up to the Minneapolis protests against ICE and tried to organize a counter-protest, I guess you would say. And he got confronted, let's say, and it was overwhelming, the show of force against this person. They obviously weren't welcome at this protest and didn't have the means to fight back either. So there's some interesting footage on this one. Did not go well for him. So we're going to have a quick look at some of the footage. I'm a bit busy this week, so I'll check in from time to time. I hope streaming goes well this week. Thank you very much, 4AS. It's good to have you. And thanks for doing a bump for the algorithm. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button, please. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. And any other platform, if there's a function like that, you can do the same. So not Ashley Babette then. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, if you could, tell me more. I'd like to know. But yeah, let's find the footage. This is the situation. So catch you up to speed with the situation. Let's have a look at this first.
Rising tensions came to a head.
So
Anti and
Minneapolis
pro-ICE
has been going
protesters
off.
clashed as police roamed the streets of Minneapolis,
Look at
a
those
city
fucking police officers. They are well armed. Look at this vehicle here. I've seen one of these up close in France or in Paris when I was there at protest. These are hardcore civil unrest tactical vehicles, these ones. You could plow through a crowd with one of these bad boys. It's pretty tense, it would seem, in Minneapolis at the moment.
emblematic of a national divide.
I don't know what happened next, but I'm scared because I think Donald Trump wants to use Minneapolis as a...
Is his beard frozen? Can you see the white stuff on his beard? Fuck me dead. It must be cold as fuck where they are. Look at it. He's got fucking icicles on that thing.
As a key or a hot spot to launch his coup. He's trying to create fascism. He's trying to end the republic. He's trying to create violence so that he can send in the troops.
The clashes
This guy. This is the dude.
were sparked by the presence of
Look how red his hands are. It must be in freezing there.
one far-right influencer, Jake Lang,
Jake Lang, is it? Is that the guy's name? Far-right activist.
January 6th rioter pardoned by President Donald Trump had organized what was
Look at this guy with his vest on. Can you see what it says on his vest? Infidel. Eh? I'm proudly an infidel. Look at this guy. Jesus is king. They're rocking up in Minneapolis to support ICE officers. That's what Jesus would have wanted. Rounding up people and like putting them in concentration camps or like taking them away. That's what Jesus would have wanted. That's for sure. For sure. It's not helping the poor. It's not turning the other cheek. None of that shit. It's round out these fuckers. They shouldn't be here anyway and kick him out. Just like kicking bankers out of a temple.
described as an anti-Islam, anti-Somali, and pro-ICE demonstration, where beforehand he threatened to burn a Quran. Lang's rally drew a small crowd, drowned out by hundreds of counter-protesters.
I have Somali and Afghan friends who are...
So anyway, the situation is pretty tense right now. But let's get to the footage. That was just like a teaser. So these guys come, I guess, looking for trouble. Like not Nick Shirley fashion, where he's just coming to interview people. And then to put on some type of YouTube title that says something like Minneapolis is down, or Minneapolis has fallen to Antifa, or something like that. These guys actually come to protest and I guess show his support for ICE. Jack Lang, there it is. Let's have a look at what happened to Jack. Woozle had her on screen rip from the live feed. I'm okay when she most certainly wasn't. What's this reference? Let's have a look.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of Minneapolis! Stop this fucking shit! Fuck you, fascist! You piece of shit! The fuck out of here! You listen to your peers out! Jock ears out! Jock ears out! Jock ears out! Jock ears out!
Ashley Babbitt. What's the Ashley Babbitt controversy? What's happened there? I've missed something. Look at this guy. Can we split the crowd, please? We've got to get this guy out of here. This guy who's obviously come to G up the crowd and is now cornered up against a window. Can we get someone to move, please? We need to get this guy out of here. This is not going to end well.
Hey guys, make some room. Let them get the fuck out of here.
Look at that sign. You lost, and there's a Confederate flag there. You lost the Civil War. You lost World War II as a Nazi symbol. You're next. Red something. I wonder what the red is. Maybe that's the point, like leaving it open.
Push
Look at him. Here he is. He's like, he was up against that window for a while. And like people just completely surrounded him. And like there he is in the middle, getting romped. People throwing snowballs. You said January 6th survivor. Ashley Babbitt was the one who got shot climbing through a window and died. Oh, that's what you mean. Right. Because I said survivor. Okay. So not Ashley Babbitt then. That's what you said. Right. Got it. I'm just not down on first name basis with these people, I guess. Should have Googled it. Look at these guys. Bang, bang as he goes past. It's like watching that Iranian protest we saw last week and that guy who drive the U-Haul into the crowd and those people hitting him with sticks as he's walking past. Yeah. It's not good to go into a crowd, I guess. Who would have thought? Look at this guy with the Antifa stuff. Hey, look at them crack. She forced her way to the front of the crowd that pulled back because they saw the agent on the other side of the gun pointed at the broken window. She didn't see this and just wanted firsties. So, Jan 6s have been confirmed to be ICE agents, apparently. There you go. Those that work forces, eh? Mad scramble over this guy. Look at them. So there's like a group of people. I don't even know if they're associated with him, but they're trying to get him out of there. Offer some type of protection from the rabble. Rabble. She poked her head through and took what looked to be a neck shot. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Look at him. Here he is. Here he is. You can see he's like vest on and stuff. And they're taking him to a car. People are pretty fucking pissed off. Pretty upset. Her last words as she sunk out of view were, "I'm okay." Damn. Would we ever see you sporting one of these signs one day, Spandonk? We love our Muslim neighbors. Justice for Renee Good, killed by ICE. From all I've seen, he was solo after a few people that did show up bailed on him. Those are anti-ICE protesters saving his ass from being murdered by the crowd. That's what I thought as well. Because we've seen similar situations in like Britain where you have those people that are like, you know, I don't know, part of some type of English white nationalist rally and like things go south real bad. And like there's migrants or like black people that come into the rescue to save them from the crowd who wants to tear them limb from limb kind of thing. Spandonk, not going to see you holding one of these signs. No, it's brutal. Yeah, I look at those violent radical leftists or the ones that are protecting him from the other from Antifa. Got me. I knew it. One day we'll see you. I'll be like, is that Spandonk? No way. I knew it.
How evil and how hateful are racists that they defend someone like Jake who planted pipe bombs in the Capitol, yet Renee Good, a mother, a poet, I saw every single edit video. Hey, Nazis, follow your leaders! We don't need you volunteers! We don't need you volunteers! Fuck you Nazis every day! 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 Fuck you Nazis every day!
Hey, But I love my Muslim friends. Just the whole Islam part that I can't abide. I think I heard him saying that, actually. No, it wasn't him. It was someone else. I think it was Tommy Robinson. Someone was crashing Tommy Robinson. He's like, I have Muslim friends. They're sweet. They're cool. We cool, G. We cool, G.
ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Thank you so much. Remember, this is a peaceful protest. We are not engaged with them. They're just a bunch of Nazis, so do not fall into their trap.
Nazis are the worst. Goddamn Nazis. What's this? X? Oh, hot in the lion's den here. Hey.
Can you turn the heat down really fast? Okay, TikTok. We're gonna make... Oh, wait. Can you turn the heat down really fast?
LOL, not only
okay,
was
hopefully this works
Nazi,
and it like doesn't cut.
Jake Lang protected by a black man, but he was also picked up by a trans woman. He's only alive thanks to their kindness. Bullshit. This guy was there protecting Lang. No way. That's crazy. Leave it till after, it won't make sense. Watch that link after the context for the pickup driver. What? I don't know. I love ice in my drinks.
Up again. So, my name is Day. This is my friend Aaliyah. This feels so weird.
Lady
was there that would be ugly.
Yeah. So let me give y'all the rundown on what just happened to us in case we do go like viral or whatever the case is. We were driving. We're on our way to Tom's Watch Bar, right? We want to have some cocktails, little girl day, whatever. We see this crowd of protesters outside of a hotel, and obviously we are anti-ICE. Like, what the fuck is what? All this shit that's going on is such bullshit. I'm low-key scared for our country, and it sucks that it's starting in Minnesota, but like, I do not support that. They're bullying. They are bad people. They're ripping apart families. Don't fuck with it. This guy, still don't even know his full name. Jake is all I know. And apparently
he's a horrible freaking person.
The horrible people that apparently I'm sure a lot of you guys do know about, but I had never heard of him. We see him run up to our car and he's like, can I please get in? Can I please get in? Like, they hurt me so bad, da 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 da.
Oh my god, this is the van that we saw in the footage before? Like, yeah, we'll help you.
That's all the context we have. So in our heads, it's like, oh my god, like, was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
we thought ICE was after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like, hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and, like, beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like, what is going on?
Surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like, we saw an injured man, so like, obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. What? And I don't know him. And so yeah, anyways, he gets in our car, like, yeah, surrounded us. They broke our tail light, was banging on the car, whatnot. They tried to rip him out the door, like they was like opening the door and shit. Wild. And so we do drive because like, we're not gonna, like, literally the longer we sat there, the longer he fought them off and the more damage was happening to Aaliyah's car. So we had to leave with him in the car. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Don't fuck with him.
I was leaving.
Yeah. But also we can't just like, you know, like, what else are we supposed to do? He's not gonna like let us kick him out the car. He's not gonna get out. So like, that was our only option at that point.
So we literally just go around the block, and I'm like, you know what? Like, you need to get out.
Yeah, we're still in
like,
the same
what
spot.
is going on? Like, whose side are you on right now? Because, like, this is not okay. And I'm just getting super weird, bad vibe from this dude. And he's just like, oh, Trump something me. I gotta owe him back. And I'm just like,
yeah, he was
I
like,
don't care what Trump did for you. Like, ICE is fucking shit. Like, who are you? Like, who are you? And then I find out who he is. I'm like, I don't care if your Uber's here. You're not gonna wait in my fucking car. You need to get out right now.
As fuck. Like, we was not fucking having it.
Like, this is not okay.
I don't care if your Uber's here. Get the fuck out of my car.
But, like, I do not support what.
No way. Oh, yeah, have you seen the full footage, Jack? Like, do you see them does he get into like a, what car is this? It didn't look like the van that he was trying to get into before. It looks like maybe a red car. Does he actually get into a car with someone? Can we verify this? Did this happen?
This is all about, like, this is not okay. Like, you need to.
Yeah, he was picked up by a red car. Holy shit. No fucking way. Imagine this guy sitting in the back. He's just like, hey, how you going? Yeah, after he goes into the building. What side are you on?
Because you're paying for this fucking shit. Like, you're annoying. Like, I actually don't like you.
No, literally.
So
fuck, it was like the most wild, like holy shit, my day just took like a 180 so fast. Like,
all of a sudden we're seeing protesters, all of a sudden we're a part of it.
Like,
cameras all up in the face.
Wish I could.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Just like
so
that.
Anyways, if you happen to see our faces at all, because I literally, it felt like paparazzi was everywhere fucking snapping pics. If you happen to see us, please know that we do not support this man whatsoever.
ICE needs to leave literally the whole country. I don't care about whatever they have going on. It's a whole vendetta, and they just need.
So good. Let's start deporting ICE agents using ICE agents. They'll never see it coming. I'd love to see America having compulsory voting just to know exactly where it falls. It would be interesting, wouldn't it? I'm all for compulsory voting for the US as well, and France. I want to see how these countries play out when everybody has to say something.
To fucking leave. Like, it's just not okay, and people all have rights, and nobody should be ripped away from their home. I don't care what is going on. People should not be treated like this. Like, we're protesting for things that are good, and there's all these people just putting up such a fight for what? Because we want equality and we want peace and we want to feel safe where we're at. Like, is that too much to ask? Obviously it is, because every day we're getting thousands of new people coming here, you know, and just causing so much destruction and so much just like unrestlessness, or I don't know, but it's just not okay. And
It's not.
Was not expecting that to happen. We thought we were helping someone who was protesting against ICE, and that didn't turn out to be the case. And now we're here.
And now we're just here.
It's someone who literally is so prevalent or something. What?
Where was his like limo? If everyone knows him and he travels the country, like, or like, where's your like? You ain't got like people with you. Why was he like literally by himself? Like, what? I don't even.
Stupid.
What is the thought process there?
They are heroes, though, Spendong. They saved someone who really went somewhere to, what? How else do you describe? Like, G up a crowd. Went really bad, really fast, and they actually saved. Don't they get this rant? Isn't this one the freebie that we all have to sit through? Spendong, just this once. He thought he'd have a police guard. He was wrong. What's the due process for a criminal that's not a citizen? Huh? I don't know. I think they still have certain rights. Like, even if you're not a citizen, there are certain rights that still cover people that are inside the US. Like, you can't just do whatever you want with them. You can't, like, kill them indiscriminately or something like that. There are certain rights that people have.
Because he's stupid and he likes attention and he thinks it's cool.
As fuck. He's so cool. Lucky we stopped for him. He's so lucky we did not know who he was, because I'm sorry, but like, you're for the streets. We're letting the wolves have you next time.
We'll look from in here and watch you get beat up and then go along our way and not be a part of this.
Yes, like what? And yeah, I'm sorry this video is so long, but we had to like put that out there for sure.
They're pathetic. I'll save you as long as you're on my side. Otherwise, get out of my car. Yeah, that's disgusting. Sorry, LOL. But they still did it, though. Like, their innate reaction was, they said it. We saw someone getting beaten up and we're good people. We tried to help. Like, you sure about that? What? Like, they don't, what? As in, like, anyone's up for grabs in the US if you're not a citizen. You have zero rights. They can do anything to you. Pretty sure. Depends how you read the Constitution, right? Now, they still did it. You just don't like what they're saying after the fact, right? An illegal immigrant's due process is deportation by the law, I believe. Yes. Yeah, probes for the initial reaction to just help. Yeah. Just sorry it wasn't maintained. Yeah, well, now they've got to save face, because like I think they're actually worried about the witch hunt that's going to come after them. In the sense that, like, people are going to be like, hey, why the fuck did you help this guy? And so they got to save face, I guess. OT, racial vilification provisions, making anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism isn't going through? Really? Where'd you get this from, Woozle? Do you have a link to that? Interesting. I wonder if, like, where'd you get this from? Because I do want to cover that next, actually. After the break, I want to go into the free speech stuff.
Because, like, I'm not trying to get caught up in no fucking, like...
We already are.
I mean, we did already get caught up, but, like, I don't want no opinions made. I want to set this shit straight before shit goes too public. Yeah, that's the deal. That's the rundown. We're gonna go
give
have...
you guys his name, his number, his contact information. Go flood him up.
Wait, we literally have that.
Like, who are you?
We'll wait until after he pays for the car, and then we'll give you guys the
ABC.
Because yeah, that shit's fucked. That shit is fucked. Okay, I'm ready for a cocktail. Yeah. Okay.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Is he gonna stop?
All right, it's on the ABC. All right, I'm gonna check it. So it didn't go through. Yeah, they split the bill, and they had to cut some stuff out, but it hasn't gone through. Well, good. In other words, so they got his contact info to pay for the damages. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, next time bring your limo. Jake Lang, douchebag. You owe me for the damages. So good. Maybe Jack will have him over later, after the cocktails. That'll make for some saucy news. Lang, you grub. All right. We're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to get back into... I want to look at the hate speech laws. Apparently there's some breaking news on it. Kicking him out of Blockaway, I don't get. I can understand covering your butt with the video. Yeah. Fair enough. I guess as long as he's out of harm's way, I guess. That's why you would kick him out, I guess. Time, 39 seconds is where Albo's tiny speak part is. Okay. All right, I'll have a look. We'll have a look after the break. We will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. If you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. We'll be back. All right. We back. So where are we? Where are we? Time is 39 seconds is where Albo's tiny speaking part is. Yeah, maybe that just seems so savage. Here's your ambulance ride to just out of danger, LOL. LOL, Spandong, your last comment sounds a bit like what I've heard of the US health system. Yeah, we'll take you to this hospital here. Oh, it's not your private health insurance doesn't cover this hospital. Too bad. We're not going to cover you. See you later. But I need medical attention now. See you later. So what am I looking for? ABC? You said? Not wrong. ABC News, let's see. Parliament returns to pay tribute to victims of Bondi terror, bushfire heroes. All right. 10 minutes ago, Chile wildfires, Syrian forces. Where did you find it, Woozle? Interesting. Do we want to watch live Parliament? On YouTube was the doomed hate speech.
By unintentionally preventing the collective blame of an entire community. This is absolutely critical because, as Ali Kadri said in their article on December 17, identity-based suspicion does not make society safer. It fractures trust, deepens resentment, and creates the very conditions in which violence becomes more likely. I also want to make special mention of 22-year-old Mackellar local probationary constable Jack Hibbert. Having graduated just 4 months earlier, he was one of the first police officers to respond. Even
what are we
after
looking
being
at?
critically injured, Jack continued helping.
So there is this new we touched on it last week. There's this hate speech bill that is being proposed in federal parliament currently. They actually brought back Parliament a couple of weeks early, I think, to discuss this stuff. So in the wake of the Bondi, yeah, it wasn't on the screen. Oh, sorry about that. I was trying to have a look at the ABC website and I was just looking at Parliament stuff. Sorry. So that's why you're asking what the fuck are we looking at. I just touched on this Parliament, live Parliament scenes.
Is a stark reminder that we must actively protect our fundamental Australian values of.
So yeah, in the wake of the Bondi shooting, they've tried to ram through legislation, I guess, is the only way I can really describe that, or the best way I can describe that. They've tried to ram through legislation that helps protect people from extremism, I guess, a little bit more, and hate speech. So the rhetoric coming out of, I guess, the certain Jewish lobby groups in Australia has been that anti-Semitism is on the rise and the government should have been doing something about anti-Semitism for a long time. There's been all these recommendations about doing stuff about anti-Semitism, and there's all under this kind of guise or pretense that nothing has been done about it at all, which is definitely arguable. I think there's been a lot done about it. But anyway, so they've proposed this bill to combat, it's called Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate Speech and Extremism 2026. And it's to help, bring in extra laws to help elevate anti-Semitism as an issue that's beyond just any type of bigotry in this country. And people are pissed off, I think, about that. And it has implications about freedom of speech, right to assemble, freedom of association with a political party, or certain political values, because they're legislating that if under this legislation, whoever's in charge of carrying out some type of decision can just can make the call that an entire group is conducting hate speech, and the group needs to be brought down, and individuals can be criminally charged under this legislation. And so people are arguing that this is a massive attack on civil liberties and, you know, the things like values of liberal society, you know, freedom of expression, right to assemble, political freedoms and stuff like that. So people aren't happy about this bill massively, and so they've come home. Also, Parliament has come back early to discuss this bill. So we're looking at that today. This law is crazy bad. It's proper scary, the power it gives government. Gun part is still going through, and the other part, but hate speech carve out failed. It didn't fail. It's being amended to make the Greens happy. The fail is just one subsection being removed, about 2%. The king of isms. The king of isms. I'm going by what Albo said in that thing. So thank you, Dilemmas, for the clarification. There's an exception for Islamic preachers, the literal thing that radicalized them. Where are you getting your information about what's actually passed? Because it looks like they're still fucking talking. So like what has actually changed and what hasn't? So this is the one that you were talking about, I think. Where is that? Woozle. Where is that? This one. And you said 39 seconds in.
And more.
Get your podcasts.
So we'll separate out the bills. The gun laws will be separate, and then the laws on hate crimes and migration will proceed. But we will not be proceeding with the racial vilification provisions because it's clear that that will not have support.
He couldn't get it through the Parliament, and so Anthony Albanese had to change course. Prime Minister has removed a racial vilification offence from Labor's proposed hate speech laws and will now deal with gun control in a separate bill.
What are the racial vilification clauses that have been removed from the proposed combating anti-Semitism, hate speech, and extremism 2026 bill? It's in debate today and tomorrow. We'll pass the law, but the Senate needs to debate it. But they will try to guillotine it through. The racial vilification part is about 2%. Here's a very brief explanation of the racial vilification clauses that were removed from the Australian Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. The original draft of the bill included new federal crime offence to criminalise publicly promoting or inciting hatred or disseminating ideas of racial superiority because of someone's race, colour or national ethnic origin. This would have been racial vilification offence in the criminal code. The offence would have made it illegal if a reasonable person from a target group would be intimidated. Reasonable person. Gotta love the legal language and all this sort of stuff. What the fuck's a reasonable person? Eh? All those snowflakes out there, they're not reasonable, surely. From the target group would be intimidated, harassed, or fear violence by violence by the conduct, even if no actual harm occurred. The government dropped this racial vilification offence from the bill because it did not have support in the Senate, with major parties refusing to back it. As a result, the bill no longer includes a standalone criminal offence for racial vilification, race-based hate speech, though other hate crime measures and penalties remain. It's a hate crime, a savage hypocrisy. Does that mean those nationalist parties that dissolved can reform now? I don't know. It doesn't say that. This is just talking about anyone who feels offended or potentially upset by somebody who's talking about their race being superior to another. That doesn't talk about hate groups. They were hate groups. No, that's a big part of the laws is shutting down the NSN, but just nationalism in general as well. Do you reckon that's really what they're trying to do, though? Like, they're trying to shut down nationalism? It's a big call. Like, nationalism in the form of the NSN, maybe, but like nationalism generally. Like, hey, look, he's holding an Australian flag. Get him. That's what you think the laws are about? Like, they're atrocious, but like, do you reckon that's really what this is about? Let's get a general overview of this before we like deep dive into it, please. For my source today, we're going to the mainstream media. This is a 10 news coverage on this one. This is from last night, I guess, so it's kind of relevant.
Our federal politicians head back to Canberra for an emergency 2-day sitting. The question remains, can the Prime Minister get his response to the Bondi attack through Parliament? After already backing down to announce a royal commission yesterday,
yeah, but like, that's the thing. So if I say I think Australia is superior to all other countries, do I get 5 years? Well, like, if that upsets a reasonable person and that person has to make the claim that Australia is not superior to all other countries and they've been offended by it somehow, then yeah, you could get 5 years. But like, if you're claiming ethnic superiority there, or you're just saying like all Australians, right? It doesn't matter what they are, what nationality they are, like what ethnicity they are, as long as they're Australian, they're superior to all other nationalities in the state sense. Then I don't think that amounts to criminal activity. But if you say Australians who are Anglo, pure Anglo-Australians are superior to all other countries and thus all other ethnicities, then maybe you would get 5 years. It depends how you're framing it, dilemmas. Or that curry is superior to tacos? Who the fuck would make that claim? I don't know, man. How do you even compare curry to tacos? They're both good. A reasonable person is just a fictional character in the mind of the judge of the day based on the evidence in front of them. That is the judicial system for you in a nutshell. The fuck does reasonable? Don't even worry about person, let alone defining what a fucking person is. What is reasonable, man? The hell is reasonable? Someone who uses reason?
Prime Minister capitulated again over his controversial laws when it became clear support had collapsed. So he split the bill to deal with hate crimes and gun laws separately and also removed the most controversial part, dealing with hate speech.
Let's bring in network political editor Ashley Raper now. Ash, so where are we at now?
Good question, Amelia, because what a mess this has been.
Don't have to say Anglo. According to how it's written. Are you offended? LOL. Ashley Raper. What's she doing on Channel 10? Eh? Stirring up trouble.
Now. Good question, Amelia, because what a mess this has been for the government. And it's also been shambolic with a lot of confusing messaging coming from the coalition as well.
Confusing.
Everything's confusing. Labor made a political calculation
Ashley
and failed.
what?
So
her name is Ashley Raper. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it.
be 2 pieces of legislation going before Parliament this week. One deals with hate crimes and migration, the other relates to gun laws. In terms of hate crimes, a new aggravated offence is proposed targeting preachers or other leaders, religious or not, who advocate or threaten violence against groups or members of groups. Because it's an aggravated offence, it attracts a harsher penalty than a basic offence, in this case up to 10 years jail. The government also wants to give the Home Affairs Minister powers to ban what that person determines hate groups on the grounds these groups have engaged in, planned or assisted in a hate crime relating to race. So neo-Nazis are the target of that, but also other...
Okay. If that is the case, and like I really can't believe I'm defending these pricks, but like, has the NSN carried out hate crimes? Like, have they organized, if I'm listening to this properly, have they organized attacks on people? I guess the thing in Melbourne where they attacked Camp Sovereignty, is that a hate crime? Is that what a hate crime is? Like, fuck, this stuff is so subjective. Or were like they attacking ideological enemies because they don't believe in native title or something like that? I wonder if they've been involved in hate crimes or been accused of hate crimes. Is that what what's his name what's the guy's name? Thomas Sewell. Is that what he was charged for after he attacked those people in Camp Sovereignty? Was he charged with a hate crime? I wonder if we could find that out actually. Was Thomas Sewell charged with a hate crime after his attack on Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne? Weren't there clashes at the Palestinian protests? Yes. Yes, there were. Yeah, there's clashes all the time. Especially in Melbourne. The video shows premeditation. The videos show No, Thomas Sowell has not been charged specifically with hate crime over the Camp Sovereignty attack. What he has been charged with are general criminal offences such as violent disorder, affray, assault, and discharging a missile in relation to alleged incident at the First Nations. So it's not a hate crime. So, like, has the NSN conducted any hate crimes? If they haven't conducted hate crimes, are they a hate group? It's a very interesting quandary, this one. I must admit. We're coming after Antifa next. Watch out.
Extremist organisation. This legislation will also give the same minister extra powers to refuse a visa or cancel one because of what a person said or done to spread hatred or extremist views. Now, that's one piece of legislation. The other relates to gun laws. The big part of that is a new gun buyback scheme. The legislation will pave the way for that to happen, but the details of how it'll happen needs to be decided with the states. Background checks for gun licences will also be beefed up. In this carve-up, there's also been a section taken out of the original legislation, the attempt to create a racial vilification offence. There were concerns from all sides around free speech, so that's out.
Ash, I don't want to seem miserly or penny pinching here, but did we just pay for all these pollies to come back and potentially not pass any law at all?
Look,
like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, these pricks are on holidays all the time getting fucking paid anyway, and then they come back. What, do you think they get paid more? Like, is that how it works? I'm pretty sure they have paid holidays. Oh my god. No, the liberal world order doesn't want nationalism to rise as it's a direct threat to its power. What liberal world order? Trump has dismembered the liberal world order. That's why they don't like Hungary or Poland either. Targeting police and politicians. Google AI, targeting police and politicians. NSM members have been involved in tracking and targeting police officers. In late 2025, a member was arrested for sending a menacing message to an MP. Yeah, that was, what's his name? I can see his face with his bad mullet and those big fucking sunglasses, the Viper sunglasses. Yeah, he got in trouble for sending a very menacing message to an MP. But is that a hate crime though? Does that mean they're a hate group? Or is it just because they're neo-Nazis that they're a hate group? Because they haven't, like, if you were going to, you would have charged them with a hate crime, right? For their action in Melbourne. There has been calls for some politicians and Indigenous leaders for the attack to be treated as a hate crime, given the apparent target of sacred site and the racial dynamics of the incident. But the latest reports, those broader hate crime charges have not been brought by police or prosecutors. Has the NSN ever been charged with a hate crime in Australia? Poland, in my gaming life, was the only country to be banned from a whole ass game for scamming, cheating, etc. One red flag, in my opinion. No, the National Socialist Network as an organisation has not been formally charged with a hate crime under Australian law. However, individual members linked to the NSN have faced criminal charges for conduct. Individuals associated with the NSN have been charged with offences such as Nazi gestures in public or engaging in violent disorder, but not labelled as hate crimes by prosecutors. So the NSN hasn't been charged with hate group, and hate crime charges specifically tied to their activities haven't been brought, even when members face criminal charges. The fuck? It actually costs a lot more to open parliament just paying for pollies, flights, accommodation, political staff, parliamentary staff, not to mention the works that have been delayed due to people occupying the building, extensions, maintenance, refurbishment. It'd be so much cheaper to pay everyone to work from home or their electorate. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so I might as well just dissolve parliament then, because it's just a fucking expense. Let them just come in on Zoom calls. That'll be better.
Now this change has been made, it seems that the job is likely to get done. The gun laws, that's sorted. The Greens are supporting it, so it sails through the Senate and the Parliament. The other bill is more problematic. There's some uneasiness with the extensive powers that will be given to the Home Affairs Minister. But the government is really putting the pressure on the coalition to get that second piece of legislation across the line.
I say to the opposition, I say to Susan Lee, this is a day where she needs to unite her party and put Australians first.
The fact that we are trying to patch up the government's poorly drafted legislation here at the 11th hour, Parliament returns tomorrow, is an indictment on them.
There seems to be an awareness coming from the Liberal leadership team, or some awareness, that ultimately it can't block the bill. It would make them look...
Here's a brain fart. They're disbanding shows that these supposed alphas are actually beta cucks. Well, they're just gonna go underground. Like they're not gonna disappear. At least you could monitor them when they were fucking in the public sphere doing stupid shit and trying to form a political party. Yeah. What are you gonna do now?
Obstructionist, and that would be damaging. The Shadow Cabinet will meet shortly to determine a position, and this legislation won't be debated until Tuesday, so there's time. As for the Prime Minister, he needs this to get done. This is yet another thing that has become politically problematic for him since the Bondi terror attack.
Why does he need it to get it done? Like, if it doesn't get done, then sweet. He's done his job. He's called back Parliament early to debate something that everybody seems to be very, very touchy about at the moment. You got to do something in the wake of the Bondi mass shooting event. So they've pulled Parliament back in early, and if people decide to sabotage the bill, then fucking who cares? Nobody likes it anyway. I mean, I'm happy to pay. I know how money actually works. No matter how much it costs, it pays out more. I mean, I wouldn't have to work if it wasn't... I mean, I wouldn't have work if it wasn't for that big building and the people who work in it. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. And the people who work in it. Yeah, fuck the Zoom calls. Get them to front up personally. That's the way.
When the country is looking to its leader.
Of course, right. All eyes on Tuesday and the Prime Minister.
Yeah, all eyes, brother. All eyes. Fucking hell. They won't be grooming young males via social media, at least. Why isn't their type of grooming as frowned upon as the other first to mankind? Nor with this city. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, well, I guess not, right? That's the point of it, isn't it? To support our political establishment. That's a pretty funny point, actually. Interesting. I don't understand why it's an uphill battle. Like, if it's an uphill battle, then
there is a poll shock for federal politicians.
Like, is this something that like the Labor government is going to live, like, is going to die on? Like, they don't get the legislation through, then who cares? People don't want to support it. Is this like a death note for them? I don't get it. Why is it so crucial?
Heading to Canberra today as One Nation surges ahead, overtaking the coalition for the first time. Live to Emily Saunders in Canberra. Emily, it is not great reading for either major party this morning.
Certainly not, Jane. I'll take you straight to the first poll, which is from Nine Papers, Sydney Morning Herald
John
and
Johnson.
The Age. It shows
Greenland is mine. Is that you, Trump? Under the fake pseudonym, John Johnson?
Labor's results down 5 points, while the Coalition's is up 2. Meanwhile, the News Corp poll is showing One Nation is surging ahead of the Coalition, up to a record 22% to the Coalition's 21%.
No, I'm Danish. Oh, fuck, we've had like 2 Danish people come in today. Can I ask you, what do you think about the US trying to take over Greenland? Do you support it or do you not support a US takeover of Greenland? Please, I would like to know. I need to know from a Danish correspondent.
Well, I don't think there's any surprise that after a period of such trauma, a summer of such trauma, the polls are jumping around.
I think the Australian people are feeling unsafe, they're feeling unsure, and I think they're sending a very clear message to Canberra that they're not happy.
Both polls show Anthony Albanese does remain as the preferred Prime Minister, who this week is tasked with getting what's left of his reforms targeting anti-Semitism and hate speech through the Parliament after what he originally put forward proved unpopular with both the Coalition and Greens. Jane?
Emily, thank you.
Anyway, Labor's facing an uphill battle this morning, just like that. Their shake-up to the hate speech bill, still not enough to guarantee the Coalition's support. Health Minister Mark Butler and Deputy Opposition Leader Ted O'Brien join me now to discuss. Hope you guys are going better than I am this morning.
Well, I haven't been punched in the eye, Carl, so that's a good start to the morning.
The day is only early.
Dr. Nathan, 300,000 people are able to live a lot better than other cities too because of it, who also spend money in the economy that goes back into the pool that pays them again. Money is cyclic. Doesn't matter if it's spent. If it matters where it's spent. Okay? I'm still waiting to wake up. It doesn't seem real. Fuck. There you go. Hot take of the day. All right. Second question for you, John Johnson, Sevens. Can Greenland support itself as an independent nation without contribution from Denmark? If Greenland voted tomorrow to seek its full independence, it can't. Fair enough. Okay, fine. So we know where we stand there. So you don't think the Americans should take over, but like Greenland can't really look after itself, like financially, it would fall over. I'm assuming, and would cease to exist as an entity without Danish assistance. Third question for you: do you think that if the US actually made a move on Greenland, the Europeans, your European friends and allies, would band with you, Denmark, to fight against US military action? Would this unite Europe against the US? Would they defend Denmark and, by extension, Greenland? I would like to know more.
Ted?
Surely there's an urgent care clinic somewhere near you. You'll only need your
Always on
Medicare
message,
card,
Mark.
Carl. All
Always
you'll
on
need is your
message,
Medicare card.
I like it, I like it. All right, so Mark, you got dragged kicking and screaming into a royal commission. Now your emergency legislation is a dog's...
It's crazy to even think about it, but I need you to think about it, though. Would the Europeans defend Denmark if America invaded part of its territory? Would the Europeans help you or not? What do you think? What's the vibe?
Breakfast, super start to the year for you.
Well, we've got the Right Royal Commission in place, focused obviously on the terror attack at Bondi, but also on anti-Semitism and...
The French would be the first to surrender. Oh, man. Come on, man. That's an old joke that the Americans use. Oh, you need some more material. Come on. Who would the Europeans help you or not? My feeling is no, they wouldn't. They want to keep their ties to the US as tight as possible. And they'll throw Denmark under the bus, and by extension Greenland as well.
social cohesion broadly, led by a former High Court judge. And these coming 2 days, we're going to have a very important parliamentary sitting. Today is a day of condolence and of healing and of grief, but tomorrow's got to be a day of action, and there'll be a focused couple of bills in the parliament, one of which I think particularly depends on the position of the opposition, cracking down on hate preachers, cracking down on hate groups, and giving the Minister for Home Affairs more powers to throw out people who are here enjoying the privileges of Australia on visas but are actually spreading hatred. So now's the time for some unity and some action on the part of the parliament after the worst terror attack in our history.
The PM wasn't going to split the bill under any circumstances.
Like, was it the worst terror attack in our history even? Like, I thought there was way more people that died in Port Arthur. I guess it just depends if what you clarify as a terrorist act and not, right? I guess. Like, what constitutes Bondi being a terror act and not Port Arthur? $1 million question. Hope John Johnson's still here. I really want to know. Is Europe coming to your aid, my friend? Because the Americans are coming to get you.
Circumstances or remove any elements. Now he's doing both and wants a deal. He's all at sea.
Well, we brought an omnibus bill into the public sphere, released it a week ago, that reflected the decision of the National Cabinet the day after Bondi to crack down on gun ownership and on hate. But we said at the time we were open to suggestions. We wanted to hear suggestions from other parties, which is why when the coalition said they couldn't support gun reform, we separated that out.
It's not what the PM said, though.
Well, it's what the PM said.
You reckon? You reckon? So, like, they won't act as a unit. Sweden and Norway would. Germany and France, no. So, like, this will tear Europe to pieces if the Americans do this. That's what you're saying. Do you really think that Sweden and Norway will, like, come in? What about the Finnish? Do they have a stake in this fight? Do you reckon? The EU would write a strongly worded letter letting America know how angry they are. Port Arthur wasn't a terrorist attack? I don't know, man. If people can say that Renee Good, for like swiping past an ICE agent, was a domestic terrorist, I'm pretty sure you could say the events of Port Arthur were definitely a domestic terrorist event. Yeah, Port Arthur wasn't declared an act of terror, just a mass shooting. Linz siege was the biggest declared until now. But, like, what's the difference? Like, what's a terror event and what's not? Like, honestly. Do you have to be associated with a group, then, for it to be an act of terror? I wonder how that makes Renee Goodman. How much was the word terrorism used before 2001? Yeah, fair enough, but that doesn't stop the thing. Like, terrorism definitely existed before 2001. Definitely. They were just different types of terrorists. They weren't the type that came from the Middle East. They were like Eastern Europeans and Germans and evil Russians and like people from like South America and stuff like that, abducting American citizens in the jungles. Like, then all of a sudden it became, people from deserts. And the Irish, yes, and the Irish. See? There. Yes, you've answered my question. Wasn't a political motivated attack, unless it was a false flag. I'm not saying it is. Hi, Asio. We all know Renee Good wasn't a terrorist. Yeah, but that's not what the administration is saying. So, like, when the government wants to, they'll classify terrorism. And they don't want to, obviously. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying what physically makes something a terrorist attack is, or objectively anyway, despite the retrospective definition or not, is like whether someone has terrorized a community. Pretty sure you could say that Port Arthur was pretty terrorizing.
Last week was that we wanted constructive amendments. Now, we still haven't got actual amendments from the opposition, but we did hear that they didn't want gun reform contained in the same bill, so we've separated that out. We heard they didn't want racial vilification laws, in spite of that being a key recommendation of the anti-Semitism envoy. So we've removed that. Now we've got a focused piece of legislation tomorrow to crack down on those hate preachers and hate groups and allow the minister to throw people out of the country if they're here on visas spreading hate. And really now's the time for the coalition to present some unity and some resolute action on the part of the parliament.
Omni bill, it sounds more like an omni shambles. Ted, have you guys got a position yet, or do you need more time.
God. There you go. This guy's on fire. Man, I should get a fucking job on Today. I can do that smart ass commentary. Hey, Omni shambles. Am I right? Am I right? Hey.
Given you asked for all of these things to happen as a matter of urgency.
Well, Carl, our position hasn't changed, which is we will do everything to work in the national interest.
But you had a meeting last night. What's your position?
Yeah, we did. We did have a meeting last night. Now that the Prime Minister has finally woken up to the fact that he can't just go alone on this thing. He decided to go solo. He refused our engagement, our input on designing the bill. It all fell apart. Now he's thrown his hands up in the air and he wants some help.
So what's your position?
So our position is that we will work with the government as best we can. Today is indeed all about condolences, but as speeches will be made in the Parliament today, there will be negotiations with the government. We just have to keep squarely focused, not on the politics, but on what's in the national interest here. And the Coalition has been consistent with our view. We have to tackle the scourge of anti-Semitism. We have to tackle the scourge of radical Islamic extremism.
I know, of course.
That's our principle, and that's what we'll be doing today.
So you'll outline it today, is what you're saying, not this morning?
We'll be discussing with the government today, and I obviously won't be preempting those negotiations on morning TV, other than to say that we are very genuine in wanting to ensure that we deliver something in the national interest. We're not here to try to make sure we fix Albanese's problem, because he's created it with this mess of a process. If there is something with which we can agree, we'll be there in a heartbeat. We do have concerns, and we've already expressed some of those concerns, and there'll be further discussions with the government today.
Meantime, Mark, while you both faff about, Pauline is surging in the polls. What a shock, Mark. Voters like clear...
While you both faff about. Fucking so good. Such objective interviewing right here. Before 2001 mass shooting was the hot words and way to pass it off as one person acting out. Not that it was the fault of the greater community. Terrorism after 2001 was linked with Muslims and sold to the press as a failure of the greater community. Another way community is weaponized against marginalized people and used as a crutch by an in-group. It's interesting. Yeah. And it's funny because like what it really seems like, especially with the Bondi event, is exactly that these guys were just lone wolves. They weren't really connected to a broader network of anything. They were two people that took something upon themselves. It just hasn't fitted into their narrative very well. Like the guy, what's his name? Ahmed. The Muslim savior. The migrant Muslim savior of the event. He didn't fit the narrative very nicely either. You know we're in trouble with our ballsiest journo is Carl, but it's not even ballsy. Like it's just like you guys are fapping about while One Nation is killing it in the polls. It's just it was really dumb, to be honest. Like, he could ask more scathing questions than just be like, oh, you guys are just flapping about. Hence why Ahmed is so important. It derailed the narrative. Yeah, it massively derailed the narrative. My God.
And strong leadership.
Well, I don't think there's any surprise that after a period of such trauma, a summer of such trauma...
Oh, my God. Like, this is supposed to be about Labor faces uphill battle heading into party. Now we're talking about One Nation. Hey, quickly, say the thing. We've said the words. We've said anti-Semitism. We said Islamic extremism. And now we've got to start talking about One Nation. Quickly, say the thing. I wonder what the manufacturing consent is on One Nation at the moment. Like, what are they trying to manufacture consent for? Like, to get a coalition going between the coalition and One Nation? Like, what is it about? Ahmed loves Trump. Yeah, he's killing the narrative, this guy, isn't he? What are they manufacturing consent for? This is really interesting.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House, 1, tenders our nation's heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of the 15 innocent people murdered.
Don't say those words, those 3 words in succession. That's how you summon Pauline. I'm going to do that later when I finish streaming, when we go to the mirror. and just say those words over and over again in quick succession, and Pauline Hanson will appear behind me.
At Bondi Beach on the 14th of December 2025. 2. Condemns the atrocity which stole their lives, an act of terrorism deliberately targeted at Australia's Jewish community gathering to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. 3. Unequivocally condemns the evil of anti-Semitism and vows new action to eradicate it. 4. Honours the courage, composure and quick action of all the police officers,
Biggie Smalls.
first responders and healthcare workers whose dedication and skill saved lives. 5. Acknowledges the trauma of the men, women and children injured physically and psychologically, including those who witnessed the horror. 6.
I heard Ahmed took up Sky's offer for a nice hotel room for an interview. Ahmed doesn't like Sky, so he took the offer but didn't go do the interview and went to America instead. Get fucked. That's hilarious.
Expresses Australia's deep admiration for the heroes of Bondi, everyday people who showed extraordinary bravery and selflessness, including those wounded and killed saving others. 7. Affirms the fundamental right of every Jewish Australian to live, work, worship and learn in peace and safety, to participate fully and freely in Australian public life, and to gather in communal association unhindered, proud of who they are and proud of the profound contribution their community has made to our nation's success. And 8. Stands together in a spirit of national unity, resolved to confront and defeat the worst of hatred and division with the best of the Australian spirit.
As a mark of respect to the victims of the Bondi anti-Semitic terror attack, I ask all present to rise in their places.
Interesting. So that's it. Like, nothing's changed. They've split the fucking bill. So before there was all gun laws and anti-Semitism and anti-extremism stuff all lumped in together into one bill. They split the bill into two, and everyone's fighting over the format of it. Like, should it go this far? Does it go too far? Racial vilification, take it out. And they're just using it as a political football. So lame. He doesn't like them because of their Syria coverage. Interesting. Fair enough. There's many reasons not to like Sky News, I would say. I would put it to you. All right, let's have a look at this. I can't do this one anymore. Gaza Peace Board. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but like one of the... we're completely changing gears here now, ladies and gentlemen, so strap yourself in while we change gears on this one. But like, I'm not sure if you're aware, but part of the whole peace plan or the peace deal that Donald Trump was, brokered between Israel and Palestine last year, part of that was to set up something called the Board of Peace, which is something that Trump is going to be sitting as the head of the Board of Peace. And so like nobody actually knows what this Board of Peace is supposed to do, but there is an entity called the Board of Peace, and it's going to oversee the management, the reconstruction, the administration of Gaza. And so it's going to be put together by a whole group of obviously not Palestinians, and like basically members of the world political establishment. People like Donald Trump is there, like Rubio, I'm pretty sure is going to be on the Board of Peace as well. So is Tony Blair, British Prime Minister. I believe there's going to be representatives from Turkey and Saudi Arabia as well, which Israel is apparently not too fond of. But yeah, part of it is part of the peace plan was to leave the administration and the management of Gaza in the hands of some outside entity that has just basically been formulated at the behest of, I guess, Donald Trump. He likes the word peace, and so he's going to be the head of the peace board of Gaza, and to like kind of bring it back to life, to revitalize it, rebuild it, whatever you want to say. And so like this part of the plan is actually up to its first round, its development at the moment, which is a bit weird, to be honest, like, because nobody actually knows what it entails. But we're up to that stage. I think this was part of phase 2, and we're up to phase 2 now. And so Albo got offered a spot. I heard. Let's have a quick look at that, actually. So Albo's been invited to be part of the peace board. I saw that really quickly on Sky News. Thank God for Sky News. What a public service they do, honestly. Let's have a look.
Donald Trump has invited Anthony Albanese to join the US-led Gaza Board of Peace. If accepted, our Prime Minister would join the new body of world leaders with a 3-year term, which would oversee the next steps in Gaza. A $1.5 billion cash contribution would be required to stay as part of the Board of Peace beyond the set term. It's unclear how many countries have been invited, though.
How funny is that? Like, what the hell is going on there? Why did Albo get an invitation to be part of this peace board? And like, what is this peace board supposed to be doing? Like, this is the most colonial imperial shit ever. There is a country that has been ravaged by war, and so a group of Westerners have come in here, or at least let's not make it about a West thing, like, because I'm pretty sure there's like Turkish and Saudi Arabian members on the board of peace, apparently. And so like a bunch of superior nations, developed countries that have the power, are coming together to rule over, through some type of incorporation, the board of directors. They're going to come over and decide what happens with Gaza, what's going to happen with the wreckage. It's a really strange situation, but we're up to that phase. And I remember at the time when we were looking at this last year, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what this thing was, because it made no sense. And the terms of the ceasefire or the Gaza peace plan were really hard to understand themselves anyway. And they were never put out in any serious detail to the public, apart from whatever you could scrape together from the media. So I guess we're going to start to see what this peace plan is about. And it's just like most things, like it's a joke. And like, I know that like that can be taken in the wrong way, but I mean, it's a joke because it's kind of an absurd idea, this whole Gaza peace plan, and having a board of people headed by the President of the United States, and they're just going to determine what happens to the people of Gaza. But let's find out what that means.
It's called the Board of Peace, a group of mainly American men that Donald Trump has handpicked to rebuild Gaza, which has been devastated by war.
2 questions. Is Trump building his own UN? And does the Gaza Peace Board have a peace prize? Second question, the best question, the most relevant. If they issue their own peace prizes, that'll be the way to do it, right?
After more than 2 years of fighting between Israel and Hamas, most of the buildings in Gaza have been destroyed.
What fighting? What fighting? The propaganda on this is huge. What fighting? Like, honestly, look at that destruction. Like, they were going door to door, duking it out with Hamas in some Stalingrad style dogfight on the streets of Gaza. They've just been bombing them into the ground for 2 years.
Food is scarce, and basic education and healthcare needs aren't being met. Tasked with fixing this is US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, former British Prime Minister Sir Tony Blair, billionaire Mark Rowan, and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, among others. Donald Trump has made himself the chair of this board, which will oversee the second phase of his Gaza peace plan. That includes plans for a technocratic Palestinian government, the demilitarization of Gaza, and the disarmament of Hamas. But those goals face big hurdles. Hamas has previously refused to give up its weapons without a creation of an independent Palestinian state, while Israel has not committed to a full withdrawal from Gaza. Since the October ceasefire came into force, around 450 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes. Both sides have accused each other of violating the ceasefire. On the ground in Gaza, there's been mixed reactions to this announcement.
Yeah, you know, on the official reports on who's been violating the ceasefire, I think they're up to 1,000 violations, the Israelis. 1,000 violations of this supposed ceasefire. Let's actually get a count on that. How many times has the Gaza peace plan or ceasefire been violated by both Israel and Palestine since it was brokered last year? Just quick numbers, please. Ceasefire violations by Israel, approximately 1,200 times has it been violated. Ceasefire violations by Palestinian groups, 78 violations. Far out. Yeah, that's why it's so rich before she's just oh yeah, because of intense, Gaza has been turned to rubble because of fighting between Hamas and Israel. There was actually some type of fight going on. My God. And you know what the death count is? The death count is 3 Israelis have died since the ceasefire. And there has been over 400, almost 500. And this is by just the official sources. 500 Palestinians killed since the ceasefire. Those violations must amount to people getting too close to the green line. Yeah. It's nuts.
We hope the peace board created by Trump will work very seriously on the reconstruction of Gaza and the opening of the border crossings, God willing. We hope for peace to prevail and the borders to open. We are suffering deeply, our homes destroyed. We hope peace prevails because we are suffering deeply and no one can bear.
It will be an introduction to a long-term leadership that would cancel the unity of Palestinian people and the geographical location between the West Bank and Gaza.
Already, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is criticising the makeup of a Palestinian-led organisation that will take over the governance of Gaza, that this peace board will oversee. He says they'll be complaining to the US about it.
Right. Bit weird.
President Donald Trump has named a board of peace to oversee post-war Gaza. Sir Tony Blair, private equity boss Mark Robin, and the US President's son-in-law Jared Kushner will be among its members. The names also include US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, World Bank President Ajay Banga, and a US National Security Advisor Robert Gabriel. All members will oversee Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza. Our North America correspondent David Willis has the latest.
A former envoy to the Middle East, Sir Tony Blair's appointment to Donald Trump's Board of Peace is nonetheless controversial. There were reports as recently as last month that he'd been sidelined following objections from several Muslim and Arab states over his role in the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. The release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas marked the first phase of Donald Trump's plan to end the conflict in Gaza. Phase 2 involves cementing a fragile ceasefire and rebuilding a territory devastated by more than 2 years of war, overseen by this new Board of Peace. Chaired by Donald Trump, the board's 7 founder members include both the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who together were credited with brokering the recent ceasefire in Gaza. Other members include the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another of Mr. Trump's trusted aides. On his Truth social media platform, the president called it the greatest and most prestigious board ever assembled at any time. Yet conspicuous by their absence are any Palestinian or Arab names. The White House has said additional appointments will follow. From the ruins that now constitute Gaza, Donald Trump has talked of creating a
There's
Riviera.
no Arabs there? Who would have thought? It's crazy. It's just a bunch of people with interests outside of the country. Developers, potentially. They're going to come together and rebuild the country. What a fucking boon that will be for a whole bunch of construction companies out there. It's going to be Gaza Largo. That's what they're going to work on first. That's what the Palestinian people really need. They need to work as a permanent underclass in some type of resort town. It's going to be the Florida of the Middle East.
Style resort destination, yet the territory's immediate.
They're part of the network states? Yes. Yeah, there we go. That'll be right. We'll build a little freedom city. We'll plonk it right here. And that'll be our little secret. Don't you tell anyone. And yeah, all these Palestinians that are coming back, they feel, they're going to be lucky enough to be part of a freedom city. Okay? They'll have their own sovereignty. It'll be a tax haven. There won't be any business laws or regulation. Everyone's just going to be happy. You're going to love it.
Future remains deeply uncertain. Israel and Hamas have each accused the other of violating the current ceasefire, and Hamas.
Yeah, they've each been violating ceasefire. What was the count? And this is count coming from the mainstream media, right? So it's going to be completely filtered. 1,200 to 78. That was the running tally. Hey, look at these people. Violations on both sides. They're both as bad as each other because they've both done it. Hey, fucking, it's all the way that you frame the language makes such a difference, doesn't it? My God.
Hamas has yet to publicly commit to a full disarmament in Gaza. David Willis, BBC News, Washington.
Steven Zunez is the Director of Middle East Studies at the University of San Francisco. He told me what he makes of the newly announced board.
Well, it seems that it includes a number of people who aren't exactly considered objective personalities when it comes to Israel-Palestine. We've had Jared Kushner, who has talked openly about ethnically cleansing the territory and because of the valuable resort property. You have Marco Rubio, who has steadfastly opposed a two-state solution, believe all the land belongs to Israel, has even supported the settlements. And of course, Donald Trump himself, who's used that's Palestinian as a pejorative against political opponents and the like. And so I think given that you're not going to have any Palestinians on this committee, and they did not turn it over to the Palestine Authority, which is the recognized government of Palestine by 157 countries, I'm afraid many Palestinians across the political spectrum will see this as kind of a neo-colonial setup.
Do you think the board will have the confidence of some Palestinians, Arab leaders, and crucially Israel as well?
Perhaps Israel, but again, I think with the lack of Arab representation and with people who are hostile to even the most modest of Palestinian aspirations, it may just really feed Hamas's narrative, that the world is stacked against them and they need to embrace this kind of extremism. I mean, the good thing, of course, is that if they are able to establish some kind of technocratic authority, and so that Hamas is no longer the governing entity in Gaza, I mean, obviously that's a step forward. And if it also inhibits Israel from its ongoing violations of ceasefire, that's obviously a positive thing as well. But in terms of the longer range plans of bringing real peace and security, let alone justice, I'm relatively skeptical of this, the makeup of this committee.
Of course, the Trump administration will say that it has brought about the ceasefire that's now in place and that it's committed to the reconstruction of Gaza. You mentioned the Palestinian Technocratic Committee that will be set up under this plan. How independent do you think it will be?
It's hard to say. I mean, Trump very much likes to control things. He has his own vision, and he's been not very supportive of any kind of Palestinian self-governance. At the same time, if they do seem to be the kind of people who are serious about reconstruction and rebuilding the area in a way that meets the needs of the population, as opposed to a kind of disaster capital.
Hey, they seem very interested in reconstructing the area. I'm sure they do. And it's just really a coincidence that Trump really is a real estate mogul. Absolute coincidence there. He's head of the peace board that gets to decide what happens to this very lucrative area. Hey, had to rebuild the whole thing. Who would have thought?
If you will, that meets the needs of the population, as opposed to a kind of disaster capitalism, if you will, that in which Trump and his cronies might try to take advantage of the situation for financial gains. Yeah, I think it could move things forward because people are desperate right now. They've had decades of siege and misgovernment and repression by Hamas. They've had this devastating war. So any sense of normalcy, any kind of moving forward.
Yeah, well, do you remember what it used to be like when Hamas controlled it before Israel bombed out of the place? Hey? It wasn't a pile of rubble. So, like, if you have to look at that on face value, it seems like they were better off under Hamas than under this current situation. Because at least all the buildings were still standing. Trump's greatest land deal was with the UN. That's so good. Hey, that's how you get a real estate deal going on. Hey, now he's in charge of a peace board. There it is. Bunch of thieves. She said all of that without laughing. Well done. Wow. Well, God help Gaza if he's on the board. Hey, look at these fucking liberal stooges in the BBC comment section. Tony Blair, he should be in jail. Tony Blair on the board of peace, isn't he the warmonger, weapons salesman? Who's next? Henrik Himmler, Donald Duck, or Emperor Palpatine? Oh, far out. This grifter is disgusting, being paid millions for years by the UN and achieved nothing. Now, there's one thing that I've really wanted to cover today because this one is close to my heart. It really is. It really is. So if you weren't aware, and it's about fucking damn time, can I just say? If you weren't aware, we covered this extensively in 2025. Trump has finally gotten the award that he so deserves, and he has been given the Nobel Peace Prize. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Donald Trump, President of the United States, has finally been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, you might think that this is an underhanded way of getting this. You might not agree with this. You might think it's unscrupulous, whatever. Well, all I can say to you is fuck you and what you think. Trump has got the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. So stick that up, all you snowflakes out there that said it couldn't be done. It's finally happened. Now, if you're not aware, there is a Venezuelan opposition leader, or so she is called, by who I'm not sure, but because there is no unified opposition in Venezuela, let's be honest. But this woman is Maria Machado, and she is the self-proclaimed opposition leader in Venezuela, and she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize last October, I want to say. She wasn't there to receive it because she was putting herself in self-exile from Venezuela. She wasn't driven out of the country by the vicious and evil Maduro regime. No, she put herself into self-exile and left the country. And her daughter accepted the award for her on her behalf. Now, she has, after the fact now, after dedicating the award to Trump, which wasn't enough, she has now actually given the Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. Now, Trump has made it very, very clear that he really wanted the Nobel Peace Prize for a long time. He was even, I think, putting pressure on the Nobel Institute to make it happen. And he thinks, like, not just because he wants to put it in the trophy cupboard. Like, I think he actually does believe that he is like the bringer of peace kind of thing. And so, like, Machado really wants to be the president of Venezuela. She said some pretty questionable stuff about, like, how far she will throw the Venezuelan people and, like, Venezuela as a territory under the bus to help to help American corporations, American interests come and basically exploit Venezuela for whatever it's worth, as long as she gets the hot seat. And so, like, you know, she said some crazy stuff. Like, she'll just, you know, open Venezuela up to any American business that wants to come. And, like, you know, she's openly called for the US to go in and kill Venezuelans, like, strike Venezuela, take Venezuelans out, who cares, just take a hold of the country. And so she's fully beholden to the American deep state for her own existence, really, let's be honest. And she would be nothing and mean nothing without the US. And so the rumors was that she dedicated the award to Trump, but she didn't give it to him. Like, she should have just been like, straight away, no, I cannot accept this award. This must go to Donald Trump. And so, because she didn't say that, people say, oh, his ego is so big that, like, he didn't allow her to become the president of Venezuela. So, like, if you weren't aware, the Trump administration struck Caracas in Venezuela and literally kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, and then the vice president, Dilcy Rodriguez, has now become the president of Venezuela, and Maduro was gunning for that position. She didn't get it. Now Trump said she's not ready. She's not in a position to become president of Venezuela. Now, many people are like, oh, that's because she didn't stroke his ego enough and actually give him the prize straight away. She accepted it and then gave it to him. Not good enough. If she had just given him the prize straight away, she'd be president right now. Now, we saw some interesting information a couple of weeks ago that doesn't testify to that at all. Attest to that, sorry, at all. It actually is like the CIA did an investigation of who would be the best leader. And it was actually not Machado at all. It was the current vice president, Rodriguez. She should remain in the job because she has a better control over the country, in the sense that they have all of the institutions of power already set up, all the administration set up, all the management there. And for the Americans to actually be able to get some type of benefit out of it, taking a hold of taking control of Venezuela, they actually need someone from the Maduro administration to stay in power so they can run the country on behalf of the Americans. And Machado, yeah, she's a nice little puppet, but, like, she wouldn't be able to manage the country, and then America wouldn't be able to do anything with Venezuela. Actually, they'd be a fucking liability. And so Machado, it's not the only reason that, like, she didn't suck Trump off the right way, that she's not the president right now. It's actually because she's incompetent, actually. And Trump's actually said that. And people are still like, no, it's because she didn't stroke his ego properly. He was just like, no, she's not the right pick. And he keeps saying it. And people are like, she should have just kissed his ring a little bit better and she'd be fine right now. So anyway, she's done it. She's awarded him the Peace Prize. And he got it. He got himself the Nobel Peace Prize. It's not the best way to have done it. Right? It's not the best way. Let's have a listen.
For months, President Trump...
Also, it will cost you $1.5 billion if you want to be on the Peace Board longer than 3 years. Yeah, I heard that. First order of business on the Peace Board. We took a vote and we are bored of peace. Excellent. Exactly as advertised. The 5-member of our team is BB, LOL, because he's all about peace. Yeah, peace through strength. All right, let's do this.
For months, President Trump has made clear he thinks he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me.
On Thursday, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado gifting him hers.
I presented the president.
Look at the Joker face for you. Look at that. Eh? Here's some artwork from the community. Where is it? Where'd you put it? General chat? Let's find that AI artwork. That was scary. Where is it? Maybe. Thanks for long listening. No? You wouldn't read about it, of course. Here it is. Here's some AI art for you. Here's Machado. Look at her. Look at her for a second. And tell me if she reminds you of this imagery here. And this is like this is actual footage of Machado handing over the Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. That is such good AI, can I say? Fuck. What program did you use to develop that one? It's so good. It's scary how good it is. All right. That's Machado there.
United States, the medal.
It was done with Gemini. Oh, it's so good now, isn't it?
The Nobel Peace Prize.
The president writing on social media, Machado gave him the prize for the work I have done and calling it such a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. The White House posting this photo of the two leaders side by side in the Oval Office. The president holding the framed Nobel Peace Prize, which says, "To President Donald J. Trump, in gratitude for your extraordinary leadership in promoting peace through strength, advancing diplomacy, and defending liberty and prosperity."
It's so good. Promoting peace through strength. Here, I give you this Nobel Peace Prize for attacking my country and showing how dominant you are on the world stage. Here's a peace prize.
But the Nobel Peace Center says the prize can't be shared, posting just hours before the pair met. Once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred to others. The decision is final and stands for all time.
I can stay out of it. Nobel Peace Institute or group. Far out. Stay out of it. These people are playing politics here. Stay out of it. I wonder how many prompts they used to get it just right. You know, his people had the copy drafted. Yeah.
The exiled Venezuelan opposition leader hoping to win over the president, traveling to Washington less than 2 weeks after the U.S. captured and removed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Trump has so far refused to back Machado as the country's next leader, even though her party won 80% of the vote in the last election.
I think it would be very tough.
They won 80% of the vote. According to who? Where do they get this stuff from? Seriously. Did she?
For her to be the leader, she doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country.
Machado saying in a statement she told Trump the country is ready to transition to democracy.
Like that's as simple as it gets. She doesn't have the support in the country. She can't manage that place right now. We want Venezuela functioning. We want someone to come in, this Nobel Peace Prize winner, who's LARPing democracy. We want someone to manage the country for the economic benefit. Do these elites think that we can't see what's really happening here? Like we see a story like this and we all clap our hands like seals and cheer. Yeah, like, oh yeah, he got the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, about time, assholes.
But the White House has said that while Trump wants to see Venezuela hold elections one day, he doesn't believe the country is ready yet. The White House saying the president stands by that statement even after meeting Machado.
The White House says Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, has been extremely cooperative. She has allowed the U.S. to start selling Venezuelan oil. This morning, there is no comment, George, from the committee that awards the Nobel Prizes.
And Elizabeth, the president's attempt to acquire Greenland is drawing some fierce opposition.
Right. Greenland's leaders are making an impassioned plea that the country is not for sale. And this is as Denmark is increasing its military presence in Greenland and conducting drills with France. French President Macron says he is prepared to send in more troops as a way to deter any U.S. military action. But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt now says she doesn't think that'll make an impact on the president's decision.
She won the ability to run, not the election. He beat other independents, and it's really sus that she won 80% of the vote tally. You know who she is, right? The new president, and who her father was. Wait, slow down. Like, are you talking about Delcy? Or are you talking about Machado? Which one are you talking about? The new president, like the actual president? Her father was in the revolutionary government, I guess you'd say. America doesn't even run properly, let alone Venezuela. Yeah, well, if you're going to benefit off someone somehow, you need to make sure they're at least murdered by the CIA. Yeah. That's why she's a socialist through and through, they say. If anyone knows how to run a country, it's a evil socialist dictator. Yeah, Delcy, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Love my ass. This is legit a participation trophy. Being given a used trophy is hilarious. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Being given a used trophy is hilarious. This is both sad and sick at the same time. Remember his fake Man of the Year Time magazine covers? Equally meaningless. Something tells me she's not working with them in good faith. Well, time will tell. Time will tell. She doesn't though. She'll be Maduro'd. What wormhole have we fallen into? It's called 2026, baby. Get used to it. My brother gave me his medical license. I am a doctor now. Oh, God. We should just spend all of our time in comment sections. I'll take your government, your oil reserves. Oh, and your Nobel Peace Prize as well. Thanks. Kate, thanks. Bye. A warmonger with a peace prize. Machado is humoring a toddler at this point. She's a toddler. Remember, participation awards doesn't count. Savage. Savage. The world is getting more and more ridiculous. What do you mean more and more ridiculous? It's just on full display now. They don't even try and placate the plebs. Look at that idiot accepting something he didn't earn. What was the set on it as well? Yeah, here's the thing. Here, Jack, do the thing. To President Donald Trump, gratitude for your extraordinary leadership in promoting peace through strength, advancing diplomacy, and defending liberty and prosperity. Presented as a personal symbol of gratitude on behalf of the Venezuelan people in recognition of Trump's principled and decisive action to secure a free Venezuela. Yeah, killing 100 Venezuelans or 100 people in Venezuela. Maybe not exactly Venezuelans. There was some, what were they called? Special Cuban guards that were killed in there. The courage of America and its President Donald Trump will never be forgotten by the Venezuela people. No, I'm sure they won't forget it anytime soon. The power of America and its President Donald Trump. Sorry, courage of America, not power. That was a slip. Trump's been given the ultimate sloppy seconds prize. Getting given that prize now would feel like being the last guy in a Bonnie Blue queue. I don't want to know what a Bonnie Blue queue is, do I? I probably don't. I'm going to go with that. I don't want to know what it is. It's probably something fucking gross. Oh my God. Lame. All right. We're going to call it. We're going to leave it there for today. Thank you very much for hanging out. Indoctrination. God be thankful you haven't heard the term. Okay. All right. I will not research that while I am streaming. I'll look at it later. I guess the prize for Trump from the Iranian people got lost in the email. If you could imagine a woman feeding into misogyny, that's her. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. We've covered some interesting territory. If you've been able to chat, thank you. Voltature, Jag, Spandonk, David, catching streams these days. Dilemmas, Ninja Nurse earlier, Woozle, Ravy Baby was in for a little bit. 4AS, I think, ducked in too. Have I missed anyone? Do apologize if I have. We had John Johnson. Oh, we had a couple of Denmark correspondents in here today. That was nice. KK Online in the house too. Indoctrination. Thanks everybody for interacting. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you as well. And don't forget to hit the like button if you are on the YouTubers. Make sure you do that. It does help out with the search and discovery. And we will be back tomorrow with some more. So until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.